It's not right. I should have seen it. No,
You should be able to see, yeah, it's usually
Yes, he's talking.
we have like I just well, the baby, if you don't
How many seats are you on the back? Take seats. Well, hey! Please let the record show this meeting came to order at 7:02 p.m. A couple of things to address very quickly. We do have a new webcam live streaming system, which is very sound sensitive. So please stay quiet so that we can live stream this meeting most effectively. Other than that, please be respectful today to our presenters as well as our elected representatives. That being said, we'll now move on to agenda item 2. In our last in our last meeting, the live stream went out. We were not able to record minutes, so without objection, I'll be referring this to a 3-person committee appointed by the Speaker Pro Tem. Is there any objection to this notion? Seeing none, so moved. We'll now move into a period of the scene of spirit banquet.
Sunday rose the proudest roll of the school, it is so grand, but there's a spirit in every tone. It's the spirit of Aggie land. We are the Aggies are we. True to each other as Aggies can be. We've got to fight, boys, we've got to fight. We've got to fight for maroon and white. After they boosted all the rest, they will come and join the best. For we are the Aggies are we. We're from Texas A&C.
We'll now move into a period of opening roll call led by Pro Tem D.
SVP Benigno.
Howdy.
Chief Justice Smith.
Howdy.
Speaker Mitchell.
Howdy.
Myself. Chair Sonka.
Howdy.
Chair Page.
Howdy.
Chair Habib.
Howdy.
Chair Lander. Chair Lander. Chair Carlson.
Howdy.
Chair Hood.
Howdy.
Chair Bosworth.
Howdy.
Senator Gordon. Gordon. Allen.
Howdy.
Ives. Walker. Walker. Roach. Howdy. Renfro.
Howdy.
Smith. Howdy. Chapman.
Howdy.
DeBoer.
Howdy.
Rose.
Howdy.
De Leon.
Howdy.
Hendricks.
Howdy.
Henderson.
Howdy.
Hess.
Howdy.
Lambert.
Howdy.
Turpin. Howdy. Gilliland. Howdy. Cook.
Howdy.
Sweet.
Howdy.
Patel. Patel. Habib.
Howdy again.
Blair.
Howdy.
Kubiar. Howdy. Kuplak.
Howdy.
Luce.
Howdy.
Schaller. Howdy. Day. Howdy. Flavin.
Howdy.
Roseanne.
Howdy.
Clark.
Howdy.
Price.
Howdy.
Rios.
Howdy.
Blackman. Blackman. Bonin.
Howdy.
Brennan. Brennan.
Howdy.
Chen.
Howdy.
Collins.
Howdy.
Cuevas.
Howdy.
Evans.
Howdy.
Finney.
Howdy.
Giles.
Howdy.
Gill. Howdy. Hemphill. Hemphill. Hutton.
Howdy.
Cruz.
Howdy.
Langston. Howdy. Loving.
Howdy.
McNair.
Howdy.
McDonald. Howdy. Mendoza.
Howdy.
Murtha.
Howdy.
Hill.
Howdy.
Rao. Rao. Rusty. Rusty. Simpson.
Howdy.
Statham.
Howdy.
Strother.
Howdy.
Trano.
Howdy.
Turner.
Howdy. Thank you very much, Pro Tem Dean. We'll now move into a period of invocation and pledge of allegiance led by Chair Sommer.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Dear God, we ask that you come into this room as we do our legislative work tonight. Ask you to focus us on our work for the students. You encourage us on the Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. They will be satisfied. Encourage us in everything we do. Help us to keep the focus on the students and let your will be done. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the
Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Chair Sonka. We'll now move into agenda item 6, our mission statement and Aggie honor code, given by Senator Smith, our longest serving non-officer senator.
The Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in ordinance with the core values of our institution. The Aggie Honor Code. An Aggie does not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. We'll now move into a period of open forum. We have 12 presenters on the docket for open forum, and by rule, open forum cannot exceed 1 hour. So using my, it should be divided up between those presenters. So using my best Aggie math, we will have 3.5 minutes for presentation and 1.5 minutes for question and answer for our open forum presenters. So with that, we'll start with Senator Michael Murtha, a political science and psychology double major, living off campus, fighting Texas IE class of 2016.
Hey. All right, having said it,
Hi.
so I had the opportunity to go yesterday and meet with Texas Central, and they were really nice people, good people, and hear about their plan. And some of the arguments that they're going to create economic growth, they're going to give jobs, etc. It's all great. But one thing that just kept coming into mind was at what cost. This is Miss Nancy Bedingfield. She's a 74-year-old woman that has had her land in her family since the 1800s through a Spanish land grant. This family farm has been their livelihood. It's been where they've lived for years. And for her, this isn't just taking her home, it's taking her livelihood. One of the things that I keep hearing is that maybe we shouldn't be delving into issues that aren't necessarily for the students, that are not necessarily our constituents. But first and foremost, we are Texans, and we need to protect every Texan. And our student constituents, they're going to be living in these areas, and they're going to have the opportunity to have, it's not opportunity, but unfortunate circumstance of potentially having their homes taken or their businesses taken by eminent domain at some point in their lives. And we need to stand as a body and say that eminent domain is not okay. And so I just want y'all to keep in mind Ms. Nancy Bedingfield as we hear all these presentations and realize that despite all the facts and figures you hear, there are names and faces for every single person that will be affected. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Murtha. Are there any questions for our presenter today? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go to Elizabeth Nelson, an agricultural leadership and development major, living off campus, fighting Texas IE class of 2016. Hey! You'll have 3.5 minutes beginning at it.
Howdy, my name is Lacey Nelson. I am a senior A-Led major, and I'm also a docent at the George Bush Library. I'm pro Texas business and jobs, and also positioning our state for the future while preserving what is great about the Lone Star State. I prepared a little bit of a speech for y'all. So remember the last time you drove home and didn't complain about traffic, the drive itself, and the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful scenic routes Texas has to offer? Because I don't. When I think about the things in Texas that I love, I don't think about huge highways, backed up traffic, and road construction everywhere I look. I think about the interesting people I meet, the wonderful mix of cultures that is Texas, and of course the beautiful scenery that makes this state one of a kind. Think about it. Today it takes about 4 hours to get from Houston to Dallas. In our next 20 years, that's expected to increase to 6 hours. This won't only affect our personal lives, but will affect our entire state. Scenic views we rave about will slowly become concrete jungles of interstates, and cities will slowly become more unbearable and backed up. How do you grow an economy and help create the conditions that attract jobs in our state when mobility becomes limited? As a millennial generation, we need to protect the state we love so deeply. We need to fight to keep our wide open spaces and to keep our cities great. What if there is a way to cut down on travel time and stress, leave less of a negative impact on the environment, and have a positive impact on our economy? This is why I strongly support a Texas-sized high-speed rail passenger system. This privately financed system will move the Texas economy forward. We need to build a system that allows Texans to move goods, people, and ideas across our state now and in the future. Let's keep our vibrant cities and beautiful scenery intact. Of course, any big project costs a lot of money. This project is especially exciting because it will be privately funded and will minimize the impact on current wildlands and ranches by building along current highways and utility rights of way, whenever possible. This project is also dedicated to a minimal impact on locals and their private lands. The footprint that this project leaves is far less than the building of new highways and interstates. As Aggies, we should ensure the system goes to the Brazos Valley area, or that we are a branch line or a shuttle bus route to the high-speed rail system. Consider the possibilities of the students and ideas of Texas A&M having an easier means of communication and travel in the future. We are a university dedicated to the building of the future. The building of the future in this project is the future of our state. You have the opportunity to change mobility for your future and fellow peers and for all of Texans. Thanks, and dig up.
We will now begin question and answer, starting with Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA, where did you get the information from saying that stated that it will take 4 hours from Houston to Dallas and it will increase time for travel?
Well, talking with, my father works with Rail, National Association of Rail Passengers, and based on some work from NARC, that's what expected time is to increase to. And then roughly 4 hours. I mean, I've driven from Houston to Dallas a few times. It's taken me about that long with traffic.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. You mentioned the future, looking forward to the future, innovation multiple times. Could you let us know where this technology is coming from? You know, is this innovative technology that was recently developed, or is it, you know, could you expand upon that at all for the actual high-speed rail itself?
Okay. Well, this high-speed rail project is being funded by a company in Japan. And this high-speed rail technology has been around for a while, but this will be the first high-speed rail line in the United States. So it has been around for a while, but unfortunately, the United States has not had a true high-speed rail.
Seeing no more questions. We'll go to Senator Murtha.
Senator
15
Murtaugh,
seconds
do
remaining.
you know if there are any other states where the governors have vetoed the high-speed rail reforms?
Knowledge of that.
And with that, the period of question and answer has expired, pending a motion to extend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you get the list from the back? Sorry about that, sir. We will now go to Alejandra Lopez, a sociology and Japanese major, living on campus, representing the Japanese club. She was fighting Texas A class of 2016.
Hey.
Howdy.
Hey.
So for correction, my name's Alejandro Lopez. It's not Alejandra. So a little background. Yes, I'm a sociology major with a minor in Japanese. I first started my academic career here at Texas A&M as a marketing major at Mays Business School. But I was very curious about different cultures and the ways societies interact with each other. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to actually do a co-op in Japan last year. I lived there for 3 months in a rural country, in a rural city called Hachioji, just right outside the bustling cities of Shinjuku. I took high-speed rail systems to work and to class, to restaurants every day. What would have taken a couple hours of a drive was cut down to 35 to 40 minutes on a high-speed rail. When I had some vacation time myself, I rode from Tokyo to Osaka on a Shinkansen, which is supposed to be coming over here to the United States. I'd like to say that one of my biggest concerns as a student here at Texas A&M is that this knowledge was brought to me through the concerns of an alumni. And the fact that they had to find this on a Reddit sub post bothers me. That the student senate is supposed to be the voice of the student body. And to hear that the majority of the students are against this, but yet every student I go out of my way to speak to and question has nothing but good things to say. You know, to look towards the future and see that we'd be able to get on the train and go to Dallas, to go to Houston, cut that time down to an hour and a half, 35-minute ride to Houston, to be able to live in Houston and come to school here at Texas A&M. Think about the opportunities that brings for families that are struggling. Families like myself, where I have to take out loans just to be able to pay for myself to come and live here in this great city. To be able to give students that opportunity to live and work at home and attend this great university is something that I'm for. My name is Alejandro Lopez, and I'm for high-speed rail.
Thank you very much for that, sir, and I apologize for the name mix-up. We're going to go to Senator Chen to begin our question and answer.
Senator Chen off campus, do you believe that an industry such as this has this ability to take someone's land and take right over it for their own business interests?
My biggest thing is I challenge everyone to look towards the future. No, I don't agree with government taking land, but the biggest thing about that is it's going to happen through eminent domain as long as the company is following procedure, which they are, and offering compensation for that land. Private land can be taken for public use. Think about how our highways were built. They were once private lands, and now, you know, they're used by the public. And so I agree with the speaker before me, Lacey, in that I would much rather have a high-speed rail than the state of Texas become this concrete jungle of nothing but highways, to where I can hop on a system and go from Houston to Dallas in an hour and a half versus 20 years in my future where I'm gonna have to take 6 hours to get there. My biggest concern is I'm not worried about the people now. I'm not even worried about myself. I'm worried for my children and my children's children.
With 15 seconds remaining, we'll go to Chair Bill.
Chair of Finance, Alondra, first I just want to say thank you for coming out and speaking with us. I love this year's I just wanted to say that because I only have 15 seconds. So thank you.
Now the period of questions has expired. Alejandro, thank you very much, sir. We'll now go to Parker McCobb, a petroleum engineering major living off campus by Texas A class of 2018.
Howdy.
3.5 minutes for getting it out.
Again, another name correction on that. It's Parker McCabe. I'm the engineering major class of 2018, and I've personally worked on this project as recently as last summer while interning with Eric, one of the engineering firms working on the rail. I've seen firsthand the jobs this will create, the excitement of being part of the first high-speed rail system in the country. Many, if not all, big projects in this state that I hope to work on one day will rely upon the fair and equitable application of eminent domain. Ruling out such a practice as a whole with moral justifications is short-sighted and unrealistic. Additionally, I want to have to explain at a job interview why my school, known for its engineering and COSAC programs, took such a naive and definitive stance against a vital aspect of public work such as eminent domain. Y'all are students in it. Your job is to speak for the students. And so for that, I applaud Mr. Joseph Hood for reaching out. Earlier, a couple of days ago, one of my friends followed him on Twitter. He was trying to get a sense of it. Took a poll. Well, it only got like 9 or so votes, but it was still 80% for the train, 10% abstaining, 10% against. Still, small sample, shocking results. The system will do nothing but good for the university, and today the vote needs to reflect that. If the Student Senate has a problem with eminent domain, why call out only one company? Eminent domain is used by dozens of private companies all the time. Freight railroads, pipeline companies, phone and cable companies, electric transmission companies. It's more important to make the process better than to just outright oppose it. We need all of these services and high-speed rail too, so let's focus on solutions, not blatant obstruction. Thank you for allowing me, again, a current student, to speak on behalf of you all. Let your vote be for the classes of 16, 17, 18, and 19, not for anyone else. Appreciate y'all's time. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your time, sir. We'll now begin your question and answer, which we'll begin with Chair Hood.
Chair Hood Finance, thank you for that. As far as personal interactions that you've had with students, can you kind of elaborate on what other students have been sharing with you on this?
To my understanding, the majority of A&M's drawn from Austin, Dallas, and Houston, the 3 major cities in Texas. And so I think they're all thrilled that there's the possibility of a 90-minute back and forth from Dallas to Houston, because everyone's always traveling to and from both of those cities. I mean, we have football games in both of the cities during the season.
Jared?
So just following up on that, so Twitter poll, highly unscientific. All I said was do you support, would you use a high-speed rail if it came to the area? Yes, no, my question for you is, do you know, as far as when you're working with students, never mind.
The question has been withdrawn. With that, the period question answer is expired. Sir, thank you very much for coming to speak. Once again, I apologize for my my name flip there. We appreciate your presence. We will now go to Casey Landry, an international studies major representing the Japanese club living on campus, fighting Texas Ag class of 2019.
No freshman?
3.5 minutes beginning at half.
Howdy, my name is Casey Landry. I'm an international studies major, and I am a freshman. I first learned about the high-speed rail system through Japanese club, and the first time I heard about it, I was immediately for it. The reason being is I had the opportunity to spend 2 years in a foreign country of Korea. Now, the technology comes from Japan, but similar technologies also exist in Korea. And while I was living there, I saw how the economy and how the society fit in with these rail systems. And I saw how if a rail system and a station was built in a city, how the economy and the people living in the area would be benefit from it. Now, myself, I have lived and grown up in this area all my life. I'm from Leon County, Normandy, Texas, if you don't know where that is. It's a really small town. And I'm from the country, and I understand how there's a lot of opposition against this. All my friends live on ranches and own 40+ acres, and I really enjoy the country. However, I know that from personal experience that if we bring this high-speed rail system to our state, that we will have a lot of benefits and economic growth from this. And that is all I have to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to tell it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landry. Are there any questions for us? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today. We'll now go to Sarah Landsman, an economics major from Sam Houston State University, where she is class of 2016.
You got my name right.
Good goal. You'll have 3.5 minutes beginning at half.
Hey, y'all. Howdy, y'all. Okay, so my name is Sarah Lanson. I'm from Sam Houston, y'all's neighbors, right up the road. When we heard about this train project, we were thrilled. We were so excited, too excited. We jumped the gun and we started a Student Infrastructure Alliance because we were like, this project is going to affect us because we're the future of this state. So right now our alliance has a couple universities in it. It's just universities that have passed resolution in favor of this train project, including ours. So I'm just going to go ahead and read it to you guys real quick with my 3 minutes. You're going to hear, it's passed out. Also, if you don't have one, someone next to you should have one. It looks like this. Okay. You're going to hear a little bit about international students, and that's in our resolution specifically because we had a really strong response on our campus from the international students and international programs because international students are used to technology like this, and they would like to see it here. So I'm going to read through this, and y'all won't get bored because you're all student government, and you know how this goes. Okay. Whereas the Sam Houston State University Student Government Association acts as the official voice of the student body, and whereas creation of the Texas Central Railway will distinguish the state of Texas as a leader in the development of mass transit infrastructures in the United States, and whereas capitalist economies and beliefs demand competition in a market in order to survive, thrive, and innovate, and whereas student mobility is vital to the successful academic career and college experience, and the Sam Houston State University Student Government Association is committed to supporting and providing students accessibility to and from campus. And whereas the demand of Houston and Dallas commuting students to Sam Houston State University has increased substantially in the recent years. And whereas many out-of-state and international students traveling to and from Sam Houston State University would have a greater proclivity to use public transportation. And whereas Sam Houston State University ought to support efforts to increase the number of students involved in study abroad and international internships directly related to their field of study. And whereas the Texas Central Railway offers Sam Houston State University the opportunity to continue national leadership in bringing students from around the world to study on its campus. And whereas the Sam Houston State University Student Government Association values accessibility as measured by every student's ability to participate in programs. And whereas convenient transportation is a major factor in quality of life, thus solidifying the importance of public transit infrastructure development and ought to be a vital element in the university and state's business development strategies. And whereas high-speed rail is the safest method of travel among all other transportation options, and recent studies shows a declining interest in auto transportation and more interest in using commute time for electronic devices and/or productive work. Therefore, be it resolved that the Student Government Association of Sam Houston State University strongly recommend and call for the consideration and support of local, state, and federal efforts in the creation of the Texas Central Railway and other programs like it. And be it finally resolved, copies of this resolution go to lots of people that y'all don't care about. And end it there.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll now start a period of question and answer, beginning with Chair Ball.
Chair Ball, go to CA. Do you know how far away the train station will be from Sam Houston State's campus?
Okay, so there's some much better qualified people than me in this room to answer that question, but it's my understanding that it's going to be about midway between us and you guys, which will make it easier for us to get over here and watch you guys kick our butts at football.
We will now go to Pro Tem D.
Withdrawn.
Question's been withdrawn, seeing no more questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Lansing. You're gonna have to forgive me on the name again. The handwriting is not always there on these, but we're gonna go with James Leave, an engineering major, representing Texas Central Railroad, Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2019.
Hey.
Is that right?
You got the name exactly right. Hey, yeah. Sorry, I missed you there.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes beginning.
Okay. Howdy, my name is James Leave. I'm a member of the Texas Aggie class of 2019. Hey. So I just want to go over a couple points as to why this is so important to me, that we do show our support for the Texas Central Railroad. I'm a member of Aggie Eco Reps, which is an organization that is concerned with sustainability and spreading how to be sustainable and issues that pertain to sustainability to other students. And so this is huge as far as sustainability is concerned, because really the only means of transportation between College Station and either Dallas or Houston, where most Aggies come from, is going to be driving or flying. And flying is just a huge hassle for that short little trip, so most of us opt to drive. Well, I don't have the stats for driving, but as far as flying goes, this train is, it's going to save, it's only going to take 1/8 of the energy per seat per mile compared to that of a Boeing 777. Compared to that same airplane, it is going to only emit 1/12 of the CO2, which is awesome. Also, noise pollution is a big thing for us here, and we're very sensitive to trains and noise pollution here in College Station. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's been woken up at 4 a.m. Before my 8 a.m. Anyway, this train, noise pollution is definitely taken into consideration. First and foremost, there is no horn when that train crosses a street. It either goes above or below, which is fantastic. And also, I had the privilege the other day of meeting with Texas Central Railway, and they were able to show me a demonstration of a regular freight train compared to the high-speed train, and it was just a night and day difference. So that's not something that we're going to have to worry about. And another point I have here for you that's not so much environmental, but the population in Houston and Dallas, those are both expected to double by 2035, and that statistic is from the Texas Department of Transportation. And so as that doubles, traffic is just going to start to increase between those two major cities. And anyone who's driven down 45, if you can imagine taking that amount of traffic and doubling it that's not something I would wish upon my worst enemy. So, not only is this train benefiting those who opt to take the train between Houston and Dallas, that's benefiting those of us who are stuck in our ways and want to make that drive. That's going to be taking literally hundreds of thousands of drivers off those roads every single year, which is also fantastic for the environment. And then the big issue here that people oppose is eminent domain. My stance on that is that to have huge leaps of progress, you might have to take a small step back sometimes. No one wants the government to come and take their property, but sometimes you just have to make sacrifices for the greater good of everyone. And you know, this is going to be something that's benefiting everyone. Anyone can just hop on this train and purchase a ticket, and it's privately funded. In my opinion, fantastic project. I think everyone should support it, and that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll begin our questions. One and a half minute period question is with Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. You quoted figures from a Boeing 777-200. Could you please tell the body when this technology was actually developed and released?
I would not be able to cite that one. I don't have the date on that, I'm sorry. I'm sure there's some number.
Permission to follow up?
Yes, sir.
And permission to briefly preface.
Yes, sir.
So I can tell you that the Boeing 777-200 was released in 1995. It was developed roughly 15 years earlier than that. So you're quoting very different numbers here. Current technology is nowhere near the same efficiency as the things that you're comparing this train against. So question, sorry. Yeah, so also, could you let us know the speed difference between one of these kind of airplanes and this train that you're talking about?
The train is going to, I believe it's 205 miles an hour, so it's right speed, and 777, I want to say is five something. I don't have that exact, but
okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Is that allowed?
Yes, sir. There's 15 seconds.
Okay, one thing I would say though is that even though those planes are older technology, we still do see a very large amount of those in the skies today. And when you purchase a plane ticket, you're not going to be on the latest and greatest, newest airplane. You're still looking at a 777.
All right. With that, the period of question answer has expired. Thank you very much for your time today, sir. We will now go to Drew Campbell, representing the North Texas Commission. You'll have
right here. In case you pronounce my name correctly. Howdy, y'all. I'm a proud 1978 graduate of Oklahoma State University. Okay, that's okay. We don't have to play it on anymore. We could get to go beat the guys across the way from me. I'm here on behalf of the North Texas Commission, and I'm here tonight because it's important what you all do. You're the next generation of leadership for Texas. You're going to be our governors, you're going to be our state reps, you're going to be our senators, and you're going to be our business leaders. And it's very important that you take a hard look at what we're doing here. I noticed that we're talking about a 240-mile high-speed rail train. 240 miles sounds like a lot of space. But in Texas, think about this. We have 70,000 miles of paved highway. 70,000 miles. And every time we build a highway, what happens? In the domain, what also happens? Compensation. And if you don't think I'm right about this, just go to TxDOT and take a look. It's all right there in the history book. So whenever you see a project like I-45 and you see them expand it, what happens? They have to go in there and they take, quote unquote, the property, but there's an eminent domain process, there's compensation that's involved. So it's not like somebody's having their property stolen from them. There's a process and there's compensation. But the exciting thing is for, like with the North Texas Commission, which is comprised of 150 municipalities, cities, counties, and 150 employers, major employers throughout Dallas-Fort Worth. They're very excited about being attached to Houston, the Houston area, being attached to Texas A&M. Because when you think about how we're attached now, we're attached by I-45 and by airports. What affects those two things? Weather, traffic, wrecks, construction. That means that if I'm a businessman and I'm trying to conduct business in Dallas and Houston at the same time or in the same day, I do not have a 100% dependable transportation source back and forth. You're essentially attaching, if you think about this, you're attaching the largest inland metropolitan area in the world, which is Dallas-Fort Worth, with the fourth largest city in the United States. You're basically combining two, and when you look at the GDP numbers, two of the largest GDP producing metro areas in the world together. And you put them together in an hour and a half. That's something that business is very much interested in. And you think about how do we attract even more business to Texas? It's by having good infrastructure. It's by embracing the future. It's by embracing technology and not being afraid. Don't be afraid. When we first built I-45, people were afraid. You build a reservoir, people were afraid. And then, you know, it's like this, your iPhone, everybody was afraid of it 7 years ago. And now we use it, we embrace it, and we don't know what we do without it. So I would urge you to please support this new and exciting technology as we move forward in Texas. And thank you so much. Let me just say this. If the Texas and House operated as efficiently as you all do, they can meet every 4 years instead of every other year. Thank you.
I'll go to, sir, if you're willing to field a question and
Oh,
answer.
yeah, sure.
We've got a question from Chairman.
Chair of Finance, could you explain to me and the body how this project started and where it came from and the genesis behind it?
And in which decade?
I'm just curious.
This has been a dream in the state of Texas for any number of years. And I can take you all the way back to the 70s, 80s. They've talked about it as basically what you're talking about in Texas. You have transportation corridors. And the corridors, either they call freight, people, or their utilities. And this is just, it provides another corridor to move people around Texas. And I think that it's important as we move forward thinking about 1980, we had 13 million people living in the state of Texas. Today we have close to 28 million, and they're projecting by 2035 we'll have 40 million. We've got to provide ways for people to move around the state because that improves your quality of life. Quality of life means you get to spend more time with your family and watching AV football.
With 23 seconds remaining, Senator Sport.
Senator Skibor, College of Agriculture and Life Science. Do you believe it's fair to compare a public good with a for-profit method of transportation?
12 seconds.
I don't understand your question. Everything's for profit.
And with that, the period of question and answer has expired pending a motion to extend. Yes, Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, there off canvas, I motion to extend the period of question and answer by 1 minute.
Motion to extend by 1 minute has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Passed unanimously. Not unanimously, actually, but we'll go on to Senator Lambert.
Senator Lambert, engineering. So I have a quick question about how much private land and how will the people who have their land taken away be compensated with this project?
There's a formula. If you look at the eminent domain section of the laws, there's formulas that they use to calculate the fair market value. And then it's, if the landowner, and I'll tell you, my background is transportation. I'm also the executive director of the Regional Mobility Coalition of Dallas. And what happens in a circumstance like that is if the landowner gets with TxDOT, they work out a compensation. If they don't like it, they go to court. And there's always a setup. But it's based on fair market value. Sometimes it's more than fair market value.
With that, the period of question and answer has
But
expired.
there is a process.
With that, the period of question and answer has expired. Thank you very much for your time today, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now go to JP Craw, Fighting Texas Aggie Class of 2000 from College Station, Texas.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
Pleasure to be here. I echo the previous speaker's comments. This is a very well-run organization. Pleasure to be here with you tonight. I come tonight to bring to you a letter from a friend of mine. This friend of mine is named Jack Drake. Jack operates with the Texas Transportation Advocacy Group. He wanted me to share a few words for you. Dear Texas A&M Senate, as the chair of the Transportation Advocacy Group, also known as TAG, you'll hear that throughout, I am writing to express my concerns with the Eminent Domain Opposition Act. TAG represents over 80 companies, nonprofits, individuals, management districts, and chambers to serve as the voice for transportation and mobility advocacy in Houston. TAG actively supported Proposition 7, constitutional amendment passed with over 80% support in November 2015, which dedicates a portion of vehicle sales tax to reducing congestion through road construction. TAG also helped gather support for Proposition 1, passed in 2014, with overwhelming support that dedicates a portion of all oil and gas severance taxes to fund transportation. Texans understand that our population is growing and our infrastructure must keep up with and anticipate that growth if we are to maintain our strong economy. Our highways and private freight rail network have become the envy of the world, and so will our private rail service. The growth of population in Houston and North Texas has attracted developers, investors, and builders who want to construct the first private high-speed rail system in the world here in Texas, and it will serve Texas A&M by providing state-of-the-art transportation at no cost to taxpayers. This project is a huge win for everyone, and it is something that we should all celebrate and encourage. As a student, you have a greater stake in projects that utilize advanced technologies to address mobility challenges, especially when recognizing the anticipated explosive growth of our state's two largest urban centers. The connectivity of this training will provide to A&M will dramatically enhance our quality of life. And when I say our, remember, I am from College Station. This is where I live. We all have a responsibility to ensure that the rights of private landowners are protected and that compensation is fair.
1 minute.
Opposing Texas Central's project does not help Texans, but simply delays much-needed transportation solutions needed today and for future generations. I urge you to vote against this resolution. It does not reflect the needs of a growing state or acknowledge the private infrastructure investment that has helped keep our economy strong for decades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll begin with questions from Senator Rhodes.
Senator Rhodes Corconuts. Like the last speaker, you represent a metropolitan area that stands to benefit quite a lot from the Texas Central project. But from what we've heard so far, along almost the entire route between those two centers is tremendous opposition. So in your mind, what do you do as an equitable compromise with those who believe that this will dramatically affect their way of life in a negative manner?
As we heard from the previous speaker, there are methods to compensate for the eminent domain assets. And I think it's important to realize, if you look back 20, 30, 50 years ago, the shape of Houston, the shape of Dallas, those cities are growing together, whether we like it or not. This obviously provides a way to connect those two cities in a way that boosts Texas's economy and sustains us for the long term. And that's the real advantage.
With 48 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. Seeing as the price of tickets for these rails will cost roughly the price of, I guess, an airline ticket, do you expect many students or, I guess, really College Station residents to actually be able to afford it and or actually
I'm not able to speak to the price of the tickets.
With 8 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Turner. So is that withdrawn? Okay. Yes, Senator Blake.
I motion to extend the period of question and answer.
The chair will remind senators when they make a motion to stand and set the caucus. Regardless, they'll be entertained. Is there a second? And what's the time on that?
1 minute.
1 minute. All right. All in favor of extending this by 1 minute, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
As chair, that passes. And we will go back to Senator Turner.
Senator Turner, off campus. My question is, how do you guys forecast the amount of revenue lost to cities
along the roads that don't necessarily, that aren't on the routes?
I'll tell you what, that's a great question. It's not one that I'm going to be able to answer fully and accurately for you. So what I'd like to do is encourage you to ask that question during the next round of presentations, and we'll have some folks that are representing the technical side of that project. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, sir. And now I'd like y'all to give a warm welcome to Chris Russo, an aerospace engineering PhD student off campus, Fighting Tech Savvy class of 2012. He was the speaker of the 66th Senate. Speaker Russo, you have 3.5 minutes beginning at half.
Howdy, and it's good to be back here. My name is Chris Russo again. I'm a graduate student in aerospace engineering, and I had the honor of serving in this body from the 62nd through the 66th sessions. And as you said, I served as the speaker of the 66th session of the Student Senate. The reason I'm here tonight is twofold. And so first, I'm going to go over the proposal in the bill tonight and why you should vote for it. And second, I'm going to go over a little bit about the proposal that has been put before us about the high-speed rail, which is why the extra people are in the room. If this was just an eminent domain bill, I expect that there wouldn't be so many people that cared quite so much. So let's go over the bill and its contents. So this bill is, of course, an act. And so what that would do is it would set a default position for the Student Senate to be opposed to these types of private corporations exercising eminent domain powers in order to obtain land. That much is pretty clear. So why do we want this? Why is this a positive thing? Well, despite what you've heard about it being necessary for progress or necessary for innovation, I think that we have enough good leaders in the state of Texas, some of which are in this room, to be able to figure out solutions to our complex problems in transportation and other industries without abrogating the property rights of people and without having the seizure of land for oftentimes much less than the utility of the land to the landowners or what they originally had the land appraised at. So all over the state of Texas, you see eminent domain exercise. And as previous speakers have said, those landowners are compensated. However, we've seen practices with eminent domain, both on public and private initiatives, that have seen landowners who are very unsatisfied with the prices that they receive. And what ends up happening is these landowners lose more in utility and economic output from that land than they are compensated for. And that's why you see what we have tonight. We have a bunch of speakers who are either paid lobbyists for the rail corporations, or they have people who have worked for the rail corporations, versus many of your representatives are from the state of Texas, from this area, and from the area that are directly impacted by the eminent domain issues. And they're listening to their constituents, and they're saying that these constituents are not being fairly represented in this situation, and that's why they're opposing it. Look, guys, public eminent domain is one thing, and we can talk about that until the cows come home. But the fact is that with public projects, you can at least have the public able to hold the people who are proposing projects responsible and have them out of office. It's a totally different story, and that's why we need to oppose this.
30 seconds.
Now, let's go to a couple of points about the high-speed rail that haven't been addressed. So the proposed site, from everything I've seen, for the stop is in Anderson, Texas. And somewhere in Grimes County, it hasn't been publicized. Well, guys, that's a 30-minute drive away, at least, from this campus. It's probably 40 if you're trying to leave and peek out. So, look, this is not going to be a boon for students of A&M.
Yes, President Dean.
President Dean, off campus, I have a motion.
Please
I
take a motion.
move to extend the period of presentation by a minute and a half.
Motion to extend by a minute and a half has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. The chair, that passes. We have 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Thank you very much for the extension. I really appreciate it. So let's go over the process for a person like myself who lives on the southeast side of Houston would have to use in order to get to the A&M campus using this rail system. So first of all, the proposed site for the rail system is in northwest Harris County. Half of my 2-hour commute to and from A&M is spent going through the Houston area. None of that would be shortened by the proposal that's on the table right now. So we still have 1 hour. Now I have 30 minutes for someone to pick me up at a park and ride, or have a park and ride or something like that, which the details aren't clear about, from Anderson, Texas, in order to get me to the A&M campus. That's already an hour and a half, and I've already paid, upwards of $100 for a ticket or something like that. So look, this is not really an improvement for a student at A&M if we're talking about a site to pick people up in Grimes County. And indeed, where gas is right now and where gas looks to be based on my friends and colleagues in the petroleum industry, you're going to increase the cost of transportation for a lot of students coming here. And so for that, I'll yield the floor to questions.
Are there any questions for our presenter? Yes, Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. I know you may not know the most, but do you know if it's going to be a flat rate for tickets? Like, for example, if I'm going 1/10 of the route, but I pay the same as somebody who's going.
So I don't have the details on that information. I'm sure you can ask several people that are more informed about the specific details of the proposal. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for speakers? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming back.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Jacob Arnett, an economics major representing the Legislative Relations Commission, Fighting Texas A class of 2017.
Hey. Howdy. So y'all know me. I normally don't get involved in student government affairs unless it affects our ability to advocate. So anytime you've seen me here, it largely depends on the fact that affects A, the coalition that we've been working with, or B, our ability to actually advocate for ourselves in the state legislature. So I'm not up here to talk about the high-speed rail specifically. I'm here to talk about the language of the bill and why I think it's beneficial to A&M's ability to advocate. So specifically, the reason why I think a default view on eminent domain is important is that it seems fairly evident that with all the people here that what matters to students has been thrown around a lot. And what's important for our ability to advocate with legislators is our ability to say that we represent students and that no one else is speaking for student interests but student government. Having a default view as to what we feel about eminent domain is important, in my opinion, because any independent entity that tries to speak on behalf of student government first has to consult with students to make sure that we're actually in favor of it. Not having that, anybody can go and say that students are in favor of something, which hurts our ability to say that we actually represent the students. This isn't to say anything about high-speed rail in particular. This is to simply say that we, as student government, are here to represent student interests, and no one else should speak for it. And other than that, those are questions.
Are there any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, Mr. Arnett, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You'll have to forgive me on the name once again, but we're going to go to Ayana Yuki, an international studies major living on campus representing the Japanese Club, Fighting Texas A class of 2016. Hey. About 3.5 minutes of getting half.
Ayana Yuki, I'm an exchange student from Japan, and I am for this virtual project because it will bring a lot of benefits to the health station. And now Japan is regarded as a advanced country in the world, but looking back to after the World War II, we had nothing. But Japan has developed our economy with trains since 1964, and so it will promote economy here as well, and also it makes people easy to travel from here to Kite Station. And as an international student, it will help us to come to Kite Station because it was hard to transport from Houston to here. I had to wait hours at Houston airport because it was the first time to come here and I didn't have any friends to pick me up at Houston. So it will getting international students can easily come to Kite Station. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now begin our period of question and answer with Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus topics. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us today. My first question
for you is, are you familiar with the process within Japan and how you guys acquire land for projects such as this? Because I know you have one of the most innovative technological transportation systems in the world.
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of knowledge about technology, but I know how impact our society in Japan, because I took that train many times, and it helped me to transport from like my home to many places. So yeah.
Thank you.
Great. We'll now go to Senator Riojas with 45 seconds.
Senator Riojas on campus. So you said you've used the train several times. Is it something that people use in Japan more of like a daily commute kind of thing, or more, I want to go to the city, I'm going to stay for a couple of days, and is it affordable?
Especially people who want to travel and people who do business, they took train from like many cities to like other cities.
We'll now go to Senator Staborik with 19 seconds.
Senator Staborik polls, if it takes me 40 minutes to drive and pick you up from the station, do you think it's reasonable that someone is driving twice that distance to go there and back?
15 seconds.
To Houston?
From College Station to Gravis.
Since the traffic is heavy in the city,
5 seconds.
it's better to pick me up at the station.
Please finish. All right. With that, the period of question and answer has expired. Thank you very much for your time. We'll now go to Stephen Minnick, representing the Texas Association of Businesses. 3.5 minutes.
One, I appreciate being here tonight. I graduated from a small school to the west of here about 2 hours. You probably heard of, but don't count that against me. My daughter, both my sons-in-law are Aggies, and unfortunately, or fortunately, you know, I look at it, all 5 of my grandchildren are destined to be Aggies too. So the first speaker, I think, spoke to the issue of whether or not this is an issue that the student senate should be taking up. And for anyone who suggests they shouldn't be, I would disagree completely. This is exactly the kind of issue we should be taking up. Why is that? Whatever decision you make and however your decision impacts the decisions these folks over here make in the legislature, you're going to pay for them. You're the future taxpayer. So think about going forward how the decisions you're making and supporting impact you as a future job holder and taxpayer. That sounds very self-interested, but again, that's the way most people officially think, at least when they get to my age. So the other thing is, this is the premier institution in this state. Some of my friends in Austin would argue with me, for engineers. Where is the best institution that looks at transportation policy and research? Right here on your campus, Texas Transportation Institute. Every one of us in Austin that deal with transportation issues, where's the first place we go to look to get advice about transportation? It's right here, your own TTI. The other issue that came up was about, well, why do we treat businesses different than we do public entities? And one of the early speakers talked about the number and variety of utilities and service providers that actually use eminent domain. Without eminent domain, you have no roads, you have no pipelines, you have no ports, you have no cell phones, you have no cable TV. None of those things exist without the exercise on the part of someone of the ability to acquire the property and bring those services to you. Why do we treat, or why should we treat governments as different from businesses? Well, there are some of us that believe that government should be less intrusive in our lives. As little as possible. You count on government to do only a very few things and do those things well. As a matter of fact, if you look at all those other providers, cable TV, phone, pipelines, for crude oil, natural gas to feed our homes and businesses, those are all private companies. And Texas law gives those private companies the ability, under a rigid set of rules, to acquire property to meet the needs of every single one of us. Now, ask yourself the question, do I want the government to pay for a project up front and then collect my taxes or fees to repay them for the project? Or do I want a private company to put their money on the table? And then I can choose in a free market whether to use their service or not. I don't have to use it. So just some things I'd like you to think about. Again, keep in mind, whatever decision you make about the use of eminent domain, you're gonna pay the cost. Do you understand the questions?
Are there any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We'll now begin our period of special presentation. So if our guests from Texas Central Railway would like to come forward. Do you guys have a PowerPoint? Oh, they already got it covered. You have 10 minutes beginning at.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Holly Reed, Viking Texas Aggie class of 1991. Nobody's here from the class of 1991, I realize that. But I'm also in good company. It's been a long time since I lived in McFadden on the north side of campus, but it feels like yesterday every time I come back to campus, so that rejuvenates me. And I've got a lot of great experiences, a lot of great memories from my time here. And I'm not alone in that in Texas Central. As you can see, we've got lots of Aggies working on this project. You heard from one of our interns earlier. We've got Aggies that represent all the way from class of 74 to class of 2012. And it's going to take all of that Aggie ingenuity to work on a project that's as big and as important as the one that we're going to talk about today. So as we know, Texas and A&M are not afraid of the big idea. We're not afraid of being first. We're not afraid of being best. You've got Texas Instruments in the Dallas who created the first semiconductor. You've got Dell in Austin. Entrepreneurial spirit is rewarded. We put a man on the moon out of Houston and NASA. And we built Kyle Field and rebuilt it. So we're going to talk about a project that can be just as transformational. It's the first high-speed rail project in the country, and it's paid for with private investment. How many people have ridden high-speed rail that are here? A few. So maybe you've ridden it in Europe, maybe you've ridden it in Asia, and now it's coming to the United States, it's coming to Texas, and it's coming to Texas A&M. There's never been a better time to be in College Station and to be a part of the project. The train is powered by overhead electric utilities, and it will go 200 miles an hour. It'll have 3 stops. Change the slide here. It'll have 3 stops. I know that you guys have gotten some information that contradicts that. There are plans for 3 stops right now. Southern part of downtown Dallas, northwest Houston, and right here outside of College Station in Grimestown. So what does that translate into? That translates from that Grimes County station to a 30-minute ride to northwest Houston and a 60-minute ride to Dallas. We can only imagine what doors that will open for our university and for our campus. And while you're on the train, you get to pick what you do because you're not driving. You can watch Netflix, you can sleep. God forbid somebody would want to study, but you could if you wanted to. And when we started the project, we actually committed to several things. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that. First, our goal is to minimize the impact on landowners. To that end, we're actually seeking, and you heard it mentioned earlier, to go along the high power lines that are already existing to the degree that's possible. We want to be as least intrusive as possible. We will not be closing any roads. The roads will remain open and accessible. We don't have the authority to close roads. We're not seeking authority to close roads. So the roads will remain open. I'm going to show you a map right here. This is a copy of the map. You've got it in your handout. We did a series of, we just finished the second series of open houses along the corridor. And we learned a lot by talking to landowners, and we listened a lot. And one of the things that we learned was that the way we interface with roads matters. As you heard, there's no whistles, there's no bells, there's no arms. It's just 200 miles an hour, very fast. One of the things we heard in the open houses was that this lower picture that you see, it's called viaducts. For those of you that aren't construction science majors like my brother is, and he explained it all to me, possibly before, that was the preference for most landowners. even with the example above, you'll be able to move tractors, animals, all of those kinds of things, but the preference was for the viaduct. So we've gone back and we're looking to see how we can maximize the use of viaducts in our project, because we listened to what landowners said. So we're going through that exercise right now. This train is going to be an amazing accomplishment for our state. Unfortunately, nobody in Texas and nobody in the United States makes them. So we did a global search and we found the best technology available. And it's Japanese. So we will be deploying a Texas company with Texas investors. We have an office in Houston, an office in Dallas. We will be deploying Japanese technology. Why do we pick Japanese technology? They've been in operation for 50 years. They've moved billions of people, and they've never had a safety incident with death. They're the only ones that can say that. We want to be your safe alternative, and we want to make sure that we serve you. In addition, their average annual delay is less than 1 minute. Safe, reliable, productive. And even if you choose not to ride the train, there's huge benefits. We all know Texas A&M and Dallas and Houston are growing. If you want to move the most number of people and have the least impact on the land and the least impact on the environment, you build this train. It takes less land to build than roads. You can move more people. And if you have to grow, all you do is add cars or you add frequency. You don't take any more land. It's the most efficient way to move people. So now that you know a little bit about the project, let's talk about eminent domain. Eminent domain has been the law of the land since the Constitution was written in the United States and in Texas. We hope that we never have to use eminent domain because we are taking a one-on-one approach working with landowners, every single landowner along the way, to understand their concerns, treat them fairly, and make sure they're compensated. We wouldn't have, and it's been mentioned earlier, many companies have eminent domain powers that are private. We wouldn't have the internet if telecom companies didn't have eminent domain, Verizon and AT&T, my former employer at AT&T. We wouldn't have air conditioning if the electric utilities, which are private, didn't have eminent domain. And all these things have in common, we can't imagine living without them. It's a balance. Individual ownership, public need. It was written into the Constitution for a reason, because big public projects like this are important. We'll create a lot of jobs throughout this project, 40,000 jobs during construction, starting next year, 1,000 jobs upon completion, all along the corridor, not just in one place. We'll need everything from engineers to construction science to business majors like I was. The benefit to the state, conservatively, look, it's a $10 billion investment. $36 billion of direct economic impact over the next 25 years. And because we're a private company, we'll pay taxes. We'll pay a lot of taxes. We're not really happy about that, but it is what it is. We'll pay a state, county, school, every taxing entity that we touch. So I'm going to skip over that slide real quick. So why do we care as Aggies? It'll give us access to two of the largest communities in the country and our neighbors to the north and the south, North Texas and Houston. Easy access is something that the university to the west of us that was mentioned earlier, they've enjoyed that connection to major businesses and their alumni. We would now have that ability that they have enjoyed for so long. The train ride is safe, reliable, and productive. You no longer would be tempted to text and drive, fall asleep at the wheel, or be otherwise distracted, so we would literally be saving lives. It creates jobs and internship opportunities, and it connects Aggies to Aggies. Our law school in Fort Worth, our dental school in Dallas, the campus here, and our partnership down in the Houston Medical Center. How great is it to have the first high-speed rail in the hemisphere coming right here where we have the history of leadership in transportation with the Texas Transportation Institute. So I asked you as representatives of the student body, it was referenced earlier that there was an informal poll done and 80% of folks said that they supported the train.
1 minute.
Outside of that, I think the Brian Eagle did a poll as well, and 75% roughly wanted to ride the train. So there's a lot of people, when you ask the question, who would ride it? There's a lot of people in your community on our campus that will ride the train. In that spirit, I would ask that you not support the resolution. I would ask that you promote jobs, internships, access to former students, access to your friends and family in a way that you never could before. Who knows? Your picture could be on the slide the next time we do this presentation, because we're looking for great talent to help us build this project.
Are you leaving on here?
Pardon?
Are you done?
I thought you said I was out.
Oh, you have about 3 seconds left. And now we'll move into our period of question and answer, beginning with Pro Tem Dean.
Pro Tem Dean, Commissioner Pettis.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm from South Fort Worth, right near the law school, and I'm kind of wondering the impact, I guess, from my mother would have to pick me up in South Dallas and drive back and forth, which takes me about an hour and a half on a good day in DFW traffic. So I guess I was wondering how this will help the Fort Worth side of North Texas.
Sure. So the station location in southern Dallas is contemplating the Fort Worth leg of that journey. The station will be configured so that trains can go on to Fort Worth. There is an initiative by the public sector to try to make that happen. And so if they make that happen, then they will come straight. You'll be able to pick up the train in downtown Fort Worth and come all the way down to Grimes County.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now go to Senator Renfro.
Senator Ag Life Sciences. So if things go according to your company's plan, we take these landowners' property, we're looking at a really big potential for habitat loss, forage, species diversity, and we're also looking at a problem for animal movement, which you also kind of touched on a little bit. We're also looking at a problem with the cattle industry in that there's a loss of grazing land and also revenue, and therefore that hurts the entire state. And I was just wondering if you could give us a couple examples of how your company's combating these issues when the current landowners also already have plans in place to do this.
So there's a lot of different parts of that question. I'll do my best to address each one of them, and if I miss one of them, just let me know. So as I started some of my comments about landowners, the goal for us is to minimize the impact. It's to use as little land as possible. That's why we're looking at that elevated viaduct option, and we're going to maximize that. We think the majority of the route we can get elevated. So that also alleviates problems with land, with animals moving. We do have a very rigorous environmental process. We're going through it right now, Federal Railroad Administration, and we expect to hear back from them middle of the year. And so they take into consideration all those things like wetlands and native habitats and things of that nature. So we will hear what they have to say, and they will help us determine which the final route will be.
With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, we'll go to Chair Carlson.
Chair Carlson, Student Services. You mentioned that there is a stop in South Dallas, Northwest Houston, and Brazos Valley. Could you be more specific as like what specific towns and like areas of South Dallas, Northwest Houston, and Brazos Valley?
We'll start in Houston and make our way up. So in Houston, it'll be northwest. It'll be the 290-610 area. So it's equally located between the medical center, the central business district, the energy corridor, and the Galleria. We expect riders to come from all of those different places. The location in Grimes County hasn't been officially set yet, so we're still working to figure out what works. And then the station in southern Dallas will be just adjacent to the convention center, if you're familiar with that area. It's on the southern part of downtown. The idea being that we're as close together as we can be, southern Dallas, northwest Houston. Because those communities are growing so much, you would think they'd be growing together, but if you have to drive it and sit through traffic, you're actually growing farther apart. It takes longer to get there.
Thank you.
With a minute and a half, we'll go to Senator Lambert.
Senator Lambert, Engineering. Just a quick question. How will your company, I guess, help IEs get from A&M to where the stop is without having to leave their car there unattended or having to pay more for an Uber?
So that's where Aggie Ingenuity comes in, right? Who envisioned that Uber would be a transportation solution just a couple of years ago? I wouldn't have. I wish I had. I would have gone into it. So I think there are a lot of different scenarios. By the time that we are selling tickets and you're riding the train in 2022, I think transportation will have evolved a lot. And I think we have a vested interest in getting as many Aggies on the train as we can, because we want to sell tickets. We want to make sure that it's easy, it's fast, it's comfortable, and you have a fantastic experience that you'll want to ride again.
With 30 seconds remaining, Senator Heather.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. Thank you for coming today. So you mentioned using the current power line easements as well as the valid ducts in your project. Can you elaborate on how maybe a rancher that you're
Senator Hutton, we have a motion really quickly. Yes.
By Carlson Student Services, I motion to extend the question and answer period by 3 minutes.
Motion to extend by 3 minutes has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of extending by 3 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes of the chair, that passes. You have 3 minutes.
Excuse me, so can you expand on how, say, a rancher that's along your route would be able to move cattle or anything else for his business under your rail, and how that interacts with the current power line easements that you're attempting to use?
So with the viaduct strategy, there is free roam for wild animals and domesticated animals as they see fit. It's wide open. So there's access, if there's a public road, if there's a private road, we will work to make sure we accommodate all of that. And then those are wide open spaces.
We'll now go to Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA. Would you know how much the tickets would cost for going on the train?
That's what we all want to know, right? How much is it going to cost me? How are you going to get me on the train? So it'll depend, is my answer. It's kind of like when you ride on an airplane right now. You probably didn't pay the same as the guy sitting next to you. So it depends on if you're in, if you want to book ahead, if you want to travel at peak times, if you want to travel at off times. There will be a lot of scenarios about how ticket pricing is done. Not too dissimilar from the megabus and the airplanes and things of that nature.
We'll now go to Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. So during your speech, I did a little research. I was looking up, I guess, what the average price, or actually permission to preface first. So judging from the numbers of the average gas mileage that people can get and how long it takes to go from Dallas to Houston, it costs somebody based on gas prices about $20 roughly to go from Dallas to Houston. And now from your own website, it says that tickets are going to be roughly the price of an airline ticket. Now, for a poor college student like myself, even if prices fluctuate a little bit,
So we're going to have a lot of seats on the train as well. So yes, we will have that high-end experience for business travelers who will pay a premium. And my goal is to get you an option where if you want to go, if you're from the Metroplex area, you can go home, do your laundry, have dinner with your parents, and be back, and you can do it all in an evening.
All right, with 39 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Clark.
Senator Clark, you talked about a poll that was taken by the Eagle, I believe. How many respondents were to that poll? How many respondents?
I don't know.
Okay.
With 20 seconds, we'll go to Senator Straub. We'll now go to Senator Kukla.
Straub.
We'll now go to Senator Blair. Yes, Senator Bill, do you have a motion? Or are you offering questions?
Senator Kewalk, off campus. I move to extend the period of question answer by 1 minute.
Motion to extend by 1 minute has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay. Thank you.
In the eyes of the chair, that requires 2/3 vote, so we will I'll call division. All in favor, please stand. All right, and all opposed. By a vote of 19 to 29, that motion fails, and we will proceed with our remaining 16 seconds of question and answer, going to Senator Blair.
Senator Blair, Liberal Arts. My only question is that what would you do if your estate lied within eminent domain?
If I was a.
What would you do
permission to follow up. The period of question and answer is expiring, so I think we should just leave it at that. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
We'll be here afterwards if you have any questions to follow up or if you want to ask them one-on-one.
All right, great. Well, we will now move on to agenda item 2, the our special presentations, the Texans against high-speed rail. You guys will have 10 minutes beginning at
Howdy. Howdy. I want to start by saying I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. I also want to thank our Senator Schwartner, Representative Ashby, Representative Ray, Justice Duhon, and Lamont for their leadership on this issue, taking time out of their busy schedules to come here to support this cause. My name is Kyle Workman, my Texas A&M class in 1997, and I am here to ask your support for Senate Bill 6836. I volunteer. I'm a volunteer. I want to say that one more time. I'm a volunteer. President of Texans Against High-Speed Rail. We represent Texas landowners, people from all walks of life, from people who work their land to those who just call it home. Rural, urban, recreational, business, first generation to heritage. We represent people taking a stand for their private property rights and for the financial well-being of their state. People who believe in the ideals of which this state was founded on. What is this project? As you may know, you've heard, this project is a 240-mile Japanese high-speed rail proposed to cut through prime farm and ranch land, along with notable neighborhoods between Dallas and Houston. We need to be very clear. This is not an existing rights of way. Okay? It's not adjacent to already currently scarred landscapes, but prime, tranquil agricultural lands and quiet neighborhoods. According to the promoter, this project will be built primarily on berms. In spite of what you've heard, particularly in the rural areas, it'll be on a 14-foot high berm, fenced on both sides, overhead electric catenary lines, some being elevated on those viaduct or bridges that you saw. I'm not sure about you, but I don't think you'd want that in your backyard. It is scheduled to pass along the track 62 times a day, you heard him say. As one might imagine, this is generally the antithesis of life in the country or in a quiet neighborhood. I ask you to consider 4 distinct characteristics of this project. I'm going to talk about them in order. 1960s technology, the loss leader, the ends justify the means, and a solution looking for a problem. Taking them briefly, let me start with 1960s technology. This train was originally deployed in Japan in the 1960s. We're talking about steel wheels on steel rails. Technology that was used also in the 1800s. Why are we talking about steel wheels on steel rails? Ask yourself, is this really the wave of the future with Hyperloop, maglev, and autonomous cars? Not to mention Skype and GoToMeeting. The loss leader. This project is a loss leader for Japan, who desperately wants to export their trains to the world, particularly the United States. Why is this one so important? Once deployed, they will have a lifetime contract with their train. And their train is the only system that will be compatible with the infrastructure. Further, they know that other states will subsequently clamor to have the Japanese deploy similar systems in their jurisdictions. The ends justify the means. This pun is more accurate than can be stated. This project, simply put, is a means to the end. What do I suggest by that? The transit-oriented developments at the terminus is the end game. Why? That is where the money will be made. Okay? Not the train, as we'll talk about in a minute. Look at the Texas investors, quote unquote, large land developers in Dallas and Houston. More clearly stated, this is a business venture, not a transportation solution. A solution looking for a problem to solve. The traffic problems associated with Dallas and Houston are not intercity, they're intra-city. Okay? In other words, it is not between the two cities, but within each. I personally traveled I-45, and I can attest to traveling the posted speeds from Centerville to Willis and from Centerville to Ennis. The project will not reduce any traffic within the metro areas. In fact, it will likely make it much worse. Traffic counts and airline flight data do not support the need for additional mode of transportation between these two rival cities. Moreover, commuter flights and luxury bus services already fill any niche traffic that desires to avoid in the typical airline hassles. Who are the primary players? Japan. The Japan Bank for International Cooperation, along with the Japan Overseas Investment Corporation, Japan Central Railway, the train manufacturer and partner, and the trains developers affiliates. The Federal Railroad Administration, TxDOT, Surface Transportation Board, all are regulatory players. What are the primary problems? Well, there are a host of issues created by this project. For the sake of brevity, I will focus primarily on two. The inevitable taxpayer subsidy and the use of eminent domain for a private company. First, the inevitable taxpayer subsidy. Here's what we know. HSR worldwide is heavily subsidized, even in cultures that are much less auto-centric than Texas. HSR ridership estimates are almost always overstated. HSR construction costs are almost always understated. Look at California. Potential travelers currently choose driving over flying by a factor of 14 to 1, which is unlikely to change just because it's a train. We know the airline data, and to reach their stabilized ridership, they will need to capture every airline passenger and about 4.5 million cars off the road. We all know instinctively this project will not meet its financial obligations, but will be considered too big to fail by either the state or the federal government. What are the results of these facts? The inevitable taxpayer subsidy. Think Amtrak. Second, the use of eminent domain. Eminent domain is arguably the most oppressive power of the state in a representative republic. The power to forcibly take private property, forcibly acquire private property. This is not a willing seller and a willing buyer transacting on the free market. Eminent domain, by definition, is a subsidy, using the power of the state to reduce your land acquisition costs. The results are the same. Either the government prints the currency to a private company to offset their costs, or grants the power to forcibly acquire that property for amounts less than what we found on the free market. Let's be clear, landowners between Dallas and Houston do not want to sell their land. Money is not the issue.
2.5 minutes.
From family land that has been held for generations to brand new homeowners, this land is not for sale. If granted, eminent domain will be the primary mechanism required to acquire the right-of-way needed for this project. The promoters know this. That's why they say we don't intend to use it. We're going to try to keep from using it. They've confirmed their intention on many occasions. They will use eminent domain. Who will hold title, the deed, the rights to this land acquired? Likely the Japan Bank as collateral for the portions of the loan or equity. Hiding behind the cloak of a private company, this project team wants the protection of confidentiality, but the power of the state. This is a dangerous combination of secrecy and coercion. What does all this mean? Is it good for Texas? No. Sacrificing private property rights for a private business venture that has a high probability of failure is not prudent. Making it worse, this project will fail, requiring subsidies. It doesn't solve a problem, nor does it benefit the vast majority of those people that are affected. Therefore, this project is bad for property owners, bad for taxpayers, bad for Texas. One final closing thought. All 9 counties between Dallas and Houston have passed resolutions opposing this project. All state representatives and state senators in the affected region have voiced strong opposition. We are not alone. I thank each local and state official for their leadership, their fortitude, and their courage. Thank you, Wayne and David, for your courage in the face of pressure and your recognition that something must be done. I urge you again to support Senate Bill 6836. Godspeed and Digger.
Thank you for your time, sir. We'll now move to question and answer, beginning with Senator Yohas. Questions are drawn. We will now go to Senator Emmons.
Hi, Senators off campus. You briefly addressed a little bit of your interactions with landowners in the specific counties involved. Could you kind of elaborate for the body a little bit on maybe just one or two specific encounters, or just interactions that you've had with landowners?
Well, this gentleman right here was the first person that I know of within the route that thinks it's a good idea. We get called from people all the time that are very upset, and they're desperate. They feel like they don't have a voice. They feel like they're being threatened. Legal action, eminent domain, temporary restraining orders. I've been to those open house meetings, and they're not necessarily pleasant. And so I will tell you that the vast majority, and it's evidenced by the people that are representing the opposition at the state and the local level. If the elected officials weren't receiving a measurable amount of input on this issue, they would not be taking the stand that they're taking. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll now go to Chair Boswell.
Which one?
We'll now go to Senator Staten.
Senator Staten, off campus. Are you aware if Texas Central Partners plans to compensate landowners adjacent to the properties that the railway will intersect?
The answer to that question is no. They're not. I don't think they're required to, and that is the worst case scenario, right? You get all the benefits or the negative benefits of the train, but none of the potential compensation for having your property disturbed. That is a very big concern. The loss of property values, I'm sure somebody else will talk about that. The loss of property value will ripple from the center line of this train out.
Who should follow up?
We have a lot of people on the question list, but I'll put you at the end. And so we'll go to Senator Strother.
Senator Strother, off campus, first impressions.
Yes, sir.
You briefly addressed emerging technologies such as Hyperloop. Can you describe how that would be preferential to the current rail technology, or the technology that they propose to use?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not a transportation expert, but what I can tell you is that, you know, we know that steel wheels on steel rails is old. We're not deploying Hyperloop yet, and so we may see benefits of that. We may find that that's not a good solution. We may find, and I think everybody in this room will probably really enjoy it, that Google cars will be the way of the future. So we already have those. And by the way, I want to, if I can, just one thing. The I-45 right-of-way is already wide enough within the current TxDOT right-of-way to expand. Okay. To the extent there's a traffic problem that can be solved with lanes without taking a single piece of property. Sorry.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Turner with 2 minutes remaining.
Senator Turner, off campus. I'm not too familiar with eminent domain, but are farmers who lose their land compensated for subsequent cash flows from that land that they receive from whether it be cattle or agriculture?
Well, that's the rub. It's very expensive to fight that case. The issue there is you have to hire a lawyer. You're a landowner. You've been farming this land your entire life. You probably eat by a living, putting food in our grocery cases. And HEB, by the way, it doesn't come from HEB. It comes from these lands out here. And what ends up happening is you're forced now to hire a lawyer to spend your life savings in order to defend your property. And to the extent that they're compensated, it's only based on the best experts, a strong case that can be made within the eminent domain commission process.
Thank you. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. We'll go to Senator Blair.
Senator Blair, Liberal Arts. Sort of touched on this, but I just wanted to ask you if since it hasn't been built yet, the fact that even if the property owners wanted to sell their land now, wouldn't it already be devalued because of this proposition, this railway?
Yes.
Isn't the land already devalued now?
To some degree, you're absolutely correct. You have to now disclose that if you're going to sell your property. So to some degree, some of the damage has been done, but that damage can be undone.
With 30 seconds, we'll go to Senator Staten. With that, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today, sir.
Thank you.
we'll now go to agenda item number 3 on our special presentation, which is, if you could please give a warm welcome to State Senator Charles Schwartz. 5 minutes to get it out.
Hi, Senators.
Hi.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you all for your leadership, for your representation in the student body and the students here at Texas A&M University. This is important to y'all, and the reason is because the student body and students here at Texas A&M are being portrayed as supportive of high-speed rail by polls and by slogans and by advertisements by certain individuals. The only people that represent the students at Texas A&M are in this room, the duly elected representatives. So what I'll decide tonight will get notoriety and publicity, similar to how the campus carry vote had notoriety, publicity, and effect at the Texas legislature. Our country was founded on a simple, novel, and really revolutionary idea of self-government by free men. And those men have certain unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That was revolutionary. Before that, we had monarchies and theocracies telling us what we could do, and that they had the power to come and take from you and control you. So we enshrined in our Constitution, in our Bill of Rights and liberties, in our Fifth Amendment, states very clearly that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. The use or the ownership of private property is enshrined in a powerful bedrock issue in our country. Generations have fought to protect our Constitution, protect those rights. That's what I do in the Texas legislature, and that's what I asked you to consider tonight regarding the use of eminent domain in something that has never been utilized for high-speed rail in Texas or high-speed rail in our country. Do we want to set a precedent for that utilization of eminent domain for high-speed rail? Eminent domain has been used for many things, including railroads, but not high-speed rail. That would be a novel approach or use of eminent domain authority. The underlying concerns, besides eminent domain and private property rights, is that the costs associated with high-speed rail, there's not a high-speed rail in the world that is cash flow positive. They're all subsidized. So this company that is building this high-speed rail, if it is built, will come to the legislature and have the support of 40 representatives in Dallas and 40 in Houston for subsidization that we, you, your children will wind up paying into perpetuity to support a high-speed rail for people in Dallas and people in Houston, for the benefit of the shareholders of that company. I'll close with this. Government is force. Like fire, it is a powerful servant and a fearful master. George Washington. The use of government force through the power of eminent domain, all powers that the government has, should be very carefully debated. I ask you all to send a very strong signal tonight to the Eagle, to the people of Senate District 5, of which I am very proud to serve in the Texas Senate, and across this state, that we still respect private property rights here in Texas. This is something near and dear to my heart. 6 generations of farming and ranching here in Texas, an unbroken line. We, in the legislature, I can guarantee you, will continue to fight this. I ask you to support me, support other legislators, support our Constitution, support our way of life, and our founding documents. Thank you.
Sure. So we'll now begin our 2.5 minute period with Senator
Senator Riojas on campus. I guess, could you maybe give us a little idea as to what the overall, I guess, vibe that the legislature is getting about this rail, like whether they're largely in support, largely against, this kind of mix?
I think the biggest concern from the state legislature standpoint is long-term financial unknowns associated with it. Again, there is not a high-speed rail in existence that is profitable, and they are all subsidized by government. Some governments have a much more expansive view of high-speed rail and view it as a role of government for high-speed rail. This, however, is being sold as a private cause, private corporation. We don't need government money. I think we're being sold a bill of goods.
Commissioner Baldwin?
I'll put you at the end. We'll now go to Senator Strother.
Senator Strother, off campus. So a question for you, is there any way that, so we heard a lot about those concrete dividers that, the rail will just glide over so people still maintain.
Viaducts.
Yeah, viaducts. Is there any way that the legislature can ensure that those are used?
Well, TxDOT has some supervisory, but rails in the United States are primarily, the jurisdiction is by the Surface Transportation Board and the Federal Railway Authority. So there's, the construction of it is overseen by a number of regulatory agencies. I don't know they have the authority to specify exactly the mechanism of construction. So to answer your question, I'm not 100% sure.
We'll now go to Chairman.
Withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go to Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas.
Yes.
So throughout the internet and like looking out about this bill and I guess the reactions to it, different people have been saying, that we're just a bunch of kids making foolish decisions that are hasty. I guess could you go ahead and just for everybody here, would you say that we're not the only legislature that's a little hesitant to approve this rail?
I think y'all are in your absolute right and responsibility really to state the opinion as the duly elected officials of senators of the students at Texas A&M. Don't let a poll speak for you. Speak tonight.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. We'll now go to State Representative Trent Ashby.
Howdy. Howdy. Trent Ashby, 5 in Texas A class in 1995. I served in this august body 21 to 22 years ago as a former senator from the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences for 3 years here in the Student Senate, and it is a real privilege to be back amongst such an intellectual body as we have here tonight. I want to thank you for your service to your constituencies and to the student body at Texas A&M. A lot of times, especially when you're in a confined or a limited time, have a limited time to speak, what I notice is that the most effective speakers are those that speak from the heart. And of course, I've had the privilege of hearing a lot of great speakers tonight on both sides of this issue, reflecting the student body as well as the core issue of the Texas Central Railway. But I really, in particular, want to align myself with comments made by Senator Schwertner, who I might add represents Brazos County, as well as 720,000 Texans. As a state representative, I represent approximately 170,000 people, and I have 2 counties that are right in the pathway of the proposed high-speed rail train. And so what I really wanted to say, and really give a huge kudos to, are to the comments made by your former speaker, Chris Russo, because I think he really nailed it. There's a lot to consider here, and make no mistake, well beyond tonight, especially in the halls of the Capitol, there's going to be a lot of debate about this particular project. But what I want to focus on, and really what you're focused on tonight in terms of this resolution, is where do you stand on private property rights? And I think Senator Schwertman did a profound job in explaining the history of the importance of that issue to this country and our founding documents. And our state constitution, we speak very loudly to the importance that we place as Texans from the inception of this state on the right to own property without government interference. And I've heard a lot of speakers tonight talk about, well, yeah, there's, been plenty of instances where government has come in and taken property for the public good. But again, I want to be clear. We're not talking about the government. We're talking about a private company, largely financed by Japan, that wants to come across the sovereign state of Texas and build a railway that will in perpetuity affect the rights of Texans and your rights, and your future rights, hopefully, as property owners. Now, there's a lot of work going on setting aside the Central Rail project in terms of work that we're doing in the legislature to strengthen private property rights. And Senator Squirtin and I have been working hand in glove on trying to do some of that. And I thought Senator Turner asked a great question earlier, my friend from Stafford who I met before the meeting. That's a great question. We hear a lot about condemnation and private property rights. And what is that process? Well, let me tell you, it's personal for people that have actually been impacted. And it's not even just in rural Texas. It's in downtown Houston, in downtown Dallas. It's all across the state. I am someone who's been personally impacted by the condemnation process, having my property taken away for a public good by a private company. And I will tell you, contrary to what has been said tonight, it is rare that you will ever find someone that has been affected by condemnation or having their private property taken away that will tell you that it was a pleasant experience and that they were treated fairly. Because part of the problem is the current process in Texas is not fair to the landowners and to the people that own their private property. And that's something that we're working on. And you might say, well, how is it not fair? It's a great question. Well, I'll tell you how it's not fair. The way the current system is set up is once an entity, whether it's a public entity or a private entity, has the power of eminent domain, they come in and they'll tell you what they're going to pay for their 30 seconds. They'll tell you what they're going to give you for that property. And then the negotiations begin. Well, ultimately, they have the power of the government behind them. And so they say, take it or leave it at the end of the negotiation. Well, guess what? If you don't take it, you have to go out and hire a lawyer, as Mr. Workman suggested earlier. Well, there's a lot of people that live all across the state, both Democrat and Republican, big city country, that can't afford to go hire a lawyer to protect their own private property.
Yes, sir. I have a motion. Chair Sonic Rules and Regulations. I move to extend the period of presentation by 2 minutes.
Motion is made and duly seconded. All in favor of extending the period of presentation by 2 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Thank you, senators. I appreciate your generosity. I really didn't think I was going to speak 5 minutes. I guess I'm passionate about this. But I would say behind me tonight, when you look on your agenda, who's going to speak? You're going to hear from some county judges that are impacted. And while one in particular represents the potential Grimes County, the potential stop that's been alluded to tonight. And you would think that if there were any county that might support this type of project, if there was any good that would come about for Grimes County and the people that live in that particular county, that they wouldn't be adamantly opposed to it. But yet you're going to hear those comments a little bit later. And so in closing, just let me say that I appreciate the sensitivity of the issue. I know the position that you've been put in tonight in having to vote on this resolution. So I would simply ask that you stand with Texans that have stood for centuries. And that is, let's send a message here at Texas A&M. Let's stand for A&M. Let's stand for our heritage and traditions. Let's stand for Texas. And let's stand for private property rights. And so I would encourage you to vote for this resolution. I want to thank the author and the sponsor for their leadership on this. And with that, I will be glad to entertain questions.
Thank you very much for that, sir. We'll now begin questions with Pro Tem Dean.
Pro Tem Dean, off campus, thank you so much for coming to speak with us. I'm kind of not as knowledgeable, so I guess I was wondering if you could explain how private corporations and companies secure getting to act under eminent domain.
That's a great question. So we heard electric companies alluded to earlier. They have to go petition the Public Utility Commission in Texas, the PUC, for the ability to put a transmission wire, a transmission line anywhere in the state of Texas. That's one. We also heard pipelines were referred to earlier. Well, they have to go to the Texas Railroad Commission and apply for a permit. And they have to be deemed a common carrier, which means that they're going to benefit based on the greater good. And they decide, the Railroad Commission decides on whether or not they are granted the eminent domain status or those powers of the government. Here we're talking about, as has been said by most every speaker, a brand new concept of giving a high-speed rail project, one that may or may not be able to stand on its own financially, the power of eminent domain. And here's the thing, if it was given eminent domain, and again, there's not clarity on whether or not that is a state responsibility and or a federal responsibility. Just this week, we received a letter from Congressman Kevin Brady, who represents Montgomery County, asking us, would we seek clarification from the state of Texas on, do we have permission to do so? Because he suggests that the federal government has not and will not give them the power of eminent domain from the federal level. So to answer your question specifically about this project, I'm not exactly sure as to who they would ascertain their eminent domain authority from. Great question, though.
We'll now go to Senator Turner.
Senator Turner, off campus. So if this project were to fail, will they have an asset retirement obligation? Will they be required to make sure that everything's cleared and the land comes back in its original condition?
30 seconds.
Asset retirement allocation. Yeah, I was an ag eco major. I had to think on that one for a second. But, to answer your question, I really don't know what their obligation would be to the landowners. But I know this, once the power of eminent domain is granted and it's exercised, that property that's affected is affected in perpetuity. And so I don't know how to answer that, saying that there would be a permanent impact on those particular properties that are along that pathway.
We have a motion from Senator Rosine.
Senator Rosine called the sign. I motion extend question and answer by 2 minutes.
Okay, a motion to extend by 2 minutes has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of extending Q&A by 2 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right. If you can proceed to answer the question. Sorry about that, sir.
Yes, that was it.
Okay. We'll now go to Senator Rosine.
Senator Rosine
Yes.
called the sign.
Now I know why he wanted to extend it.
Yeah. Understand the preface?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I remember looking through the laws regarding eminent domain, and one of the things it talks about is kind of once the process gets to when it's decided what's public good and what's not. Can you clarify when and how the things are declared public goods?
Well, it's what you would think. Electricity, a pipeline that would carry energy sources, oil, gas, whatever, things that would benefit the public essentially. As you can imagine, there would be a strong argument against granting a rail project eminent domain under public good, because the question is, are they really serving the public good? And so again, that's not a question that we can answer or that will be answered anytime soon. But that is kind of the definition of what constitutes a public good.
Are there any other questions for Representative Ashton? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Thanks and gigging.
We'll now go to State Representative John Ray.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I'm John Ray. I'm a state representative from Ellis County. I'm also fighting Texas Aggie class of '93. And it's good to be with you tonight. I represent House District 10, which is Ellis County, which is the county immediately south of Dallas County. My county would be crossed by the high-speed rail really from the northern boundary to the southern boundary, and this railway would cross over the entire county. I also bring another perspective to you here tonight. I've been a practicing lawyer for 20 years. And in connection with my law practice, I have handled eminent domain cases on behalf of both landowners and condemnors. Condemnors being the persons or the entities that are taking the land rights through the eminent domain process. What I want to focus your attention on tonight is really two things. The bill you're presented with tonight is to signal whether or not you support use of eminent domain in connection with private projects, privately owned projects. You're not voting tonight on whether or not you support high-speed rail. You're not being asked to vote tonight on whether or not you support technology or whether you have a forward-thinking view of transportation. You're just being asked tonight to vote on whether or not you support use of eminent domain on private projects. And I really want to focus you on that because a lot of the discussion we've heard tonight really focuses on the whole high-speed rail issue, and that's confusing. So please don't get confused, and please focus solely on the specific aspect that we're addressing here this evening. This has been discussed. Ms. Reed discussed it. Mr. Workman discussed it. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the high-speed rail project and what makes it unique. So you've been told about pipelines. You've been told about traditional freight railways. You've been told about roadways. Those are different than this project, and they're different from this project because this is a 200-mile-per-hour train. Because it's going so fast, if a car is on the tracks, by the time it hears or sees the train, it is too late to get out of the way. And because of that, the train will always be on an overpass or underpass when it encounters a roadway. Additionally, because the train is going so fast that if wildlife or cattle or a herd of cattle were on the track, they would not be able to get out of the way because the train would be upon them before they even realized it was there. And if the train hits cattle on the track, that could cause a catastrophic accident with the train. Due to these safety concerns, this train will be built on a berm with a fence on either side of it to prevent wildlife and cattle and people from entering the train railway. So you're talking about an elevated berm that goes from Dallas to Houston that's fenced on either side, and the only place that it's going to cross the roadway is with an overpass or an underpass. That's different than a pipeline. Bury a pipeline in the ground, you can walk over it, plow over it, graze cattle over it, build a road over it, that's easy. That's different than elevated electric lines. That's also different than a traditional freight railway where we can just put a grade crossing and an X sign next to it. It's different. It impacts landowners more egregiously. And because of that, the eminent domain process is even more scary to these landowners. Now, I told you I represent Ellis County that will be crossed by this project. I hear all the time from folks in my district that do not want this project. They do not want, and specifically for our issue today, they're concerned about a private entity using eminent domain to take their land. Projects are built all the time without eminent domain. It's called fair market value. And the definition of fair market value is a willing buyer and a willing seller, both with sufficient market knowledge. When we use eminent domain, we take the concept of a willing seller out of the equation. So I told you these projects are built all the time without use of eminent domain because we have a willing seller. How do sellers become willing sellers? They have bargaining power. They have negotiating power, and they can say, hey, put that train on a viaduct when you come across me because I have cattle or I have an ag operation. Or I think I'm going to sell this for a subdivision and I need to put a pipeline through here for water and sewer.
10 seconds. We have several motions. Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, a motion to extend presentation by 2 minutes.
Motion to extend by 2 minutes has been made. Duly seconded. All in favor of extending presentation by 2 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. 2 more minutes.
Willing sellers have bargaining power, negotiating power. That's what's important. That's how we can ensure that their specific needs for their specific property and their specific family and their specific business is addressed. They don't have the threat of condemnation, eminent domain. They can negotiate a fair price. They can negotiate other fair terms. They can negotiate specific adjustments to the alignment of the railway or the viaduct concept. So I'm not here to advocate the high-speed rail or to advocate whether it's good or bad. I'm here to focus you on your specific bill tonight. And what I want to ask you to do is to vote in favor of this bill, because if you do that, you're voting in favor of property rights. If you do that, you're voting in favor of fair market value. If you do that, you're voting in favor of keeping the phrase willing in front of the phrase seller. And you're voting to uphold the free market. And these are all elements upon which this great state was founded, and those are all elements in keeping with the traditions of this fine institution. And with that, I'll yield for questions.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. We'll now go to questions, beginning with Senator Hutt. We'll now go to Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. First of all, thank you for your time. And could I preface very quickly?
Absolutely.
So something piqued my interest when you were talking about, I guess, property rights and the damage that eminent domain can cause.
Right.
And it was in relation to, I guess, having to put up a fence even when it was on an aqueduct or aqueduct. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Or viaduct maybe.
Viaduct.
One of those ducts. But anyways, so we saw in the presentation given by Texas Central that it would be elevated. So are you saying that if the Texas Rail, even though this is kind of off topic, would there have to be fences on either side on the ground, stopping cattle and or individuals from going underneath it?
I don't, my understanding is that if it's on a viaduct, it would not have to be fenced.
Okay.
However, even in that scenario, I think that the property owner should have the ability to negotiate their specific issues. For example, they may have an ag operation that has a piece of equipment that when folded up to be moved is 25 feet high. And the railway standard specification may say the aqueduct has 20, or the viaduct has 20 feet of clearance. You know, so I want that willing seller to still have the bargaining power to say, hey, when you come across my property, I need that to be 25 feet tall. So, but I don't, to specifically answer your question, I believe that when it's on a viaduct, it would not have to be fenced.
Yeah. We'll now go to Senator Chen with a minute and 40 remaining.
Senator Chen, on campus from Reggie Brooks.
Yes, sir.
So we heard several times tonight that there are arguments that say that these individuals who have a domain on their land are properly insufficiently compensated, and there are those who believe that they aren't. Right? Or as a lawyer who worked on those cases, what do you do?
I think it's a very flawed process because you do have to hire a lawyer, which in and of itself can be kind of a scary process and time-consuming process to hire a lawyer. You either A, have to have the money to pay the lawyer, or you have to have a big enough case that a lawyer is willing to take it on a contingency fee. And some cases are not large enough that a lawyer is willing to take it on a contingency fee, and you may not have the money to pay, so you're kind of squeezed in the middle to where you really can't afford to hire a lawyer. That's the second problem. Thirdly, if you hire a lawyer, you don't have to just hire a lawyer, you have to hire an appraiser. These appraisers are expensive. I've seen the initial appraisal report cost $5,000 to $10,000. And then you're gonna have to pay that appraiser to come to your hearing, and you're gonna have to pay their hourly rate for them to testify at your hearing. Then what usually happens is the condemnor, in this case the railroad company, would hire an appraiser that comes in super, super low. The property owner hires an appraiser that comes in super, super high, and you leave that to 3 people in the county just to pick a number in between. So you tell me, is that fair? I don't know. I don't think it is.
Senator Clark.
All right, Senator Clark on campus, I move to extend the question and answer period by 2 minutes.
Motion to extend by 2 minutes has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of extending Q&A by 2 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. All right, are there any other questions for, yes, Senator Kubiak?
You said you have been on both sides of this issue as a lawyer, especially on the condemnor side. I was wondering what in your mind justified the use of eminent domain?
You know, I do think that we have public projects like certain highways, et cetera. When I've represented a condemnor, I represented a water company that was essentially trying to provide water service to houses and farms and businesses. So, you know, that's certainly, everyone needs water, everyone needs to take a shower. So we do have to have certain fundamentals of life that come through. And those companies that are doing that are typically not doing it for a profit. I mean, the water company was a co-op, it was a not-for-profit. Generally, government owns roadways, they're not operating them for a profit. That's different than a private for-profit company.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, Representative Bray, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now welcome Grimes County Judge, the Honorable Ben Leibowitz.
My wife is fighting Texas Aggie class in 2004. She said, "Tell you I'll have it." Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight and your leadership on this issue. like to thank our state senator Charles Schwartner, all the representatives and other elected officials, Judge Duhan, for being here tonight. I'm going to talk about this from a little bit different perspective. As a judge, our job is to interpret the law and apply it evenly to make sure it's fair. And in particular, what I want to hone in on is the threshold of public benefit. That when we've heard a lot tonight about transmission lines and pipelines, and yes, a public benefit. And, Walmart serves a public benefit. I mean, it should have eminent domain. So somewhere on one extreme you have Walmart, and on the other extreme you have true public benefit projects. And in particular, when you compare, or when you look at those transmission lines and roads, and even freight rails, it takes those heavy loads off of our roads to keep our roads intact that we all drive on. They all actually touch our lives every single day. Not just a unique, elite class of individuals, but all classes. Lower class, upper class, middle class, business class. Everybody. We all benefit from that. But let's look at this project from that perspective. This project will benefit the business class, and then only in a meaningful way. No other class will in a meaningful way will use this. No other group of individuals. And the public benefit is the threshold that you have to consider when saying, is it justified to use the eminent domain? So the other benefit that is claimed is congestion being reduced. Well, everybody, if you're counting on 4 million people getting off the roads and coming onto this train, all those people will have to get up on the local freeways in Houston, which will obviously not reduce traffic at that point in the congested areas. As was mentioned before, Buffalo, Texas does not have a congestion problem. So I argue that there certainly is not a public benefit that is consistent with the threshold of public benefit that has been long established in the state of Texas and those other examples. I want to talk about the local impact because there hasn't been much of that on the agricultural community. I'm a Grimes County judge, and I have what this project proposes to put in my county, the stop that may or may not exist. But regardless of that, my feedback from the individuals in the agriculture community is that they don't want it. They don't want it. The reason why, it will greatly interfere with their agricultural operations. The preferred or the primary strategy for navigating the rural area has been described to me by the entity Texas Central Partners is a land burn. And that will greatly interfere with the efficiencies of the operations because there will be restricted access through a culvert. Is the primary strategy that will be used. And so therefore it will limit the access back and forth across their property. In addition to that, if you think about, and I was speaking with a banker today, just to make sure I have this right. You have individuals that have loans, that have taken out loans to pursue their business in the agriculture community. And what happens to those loan ratios when a train comes to it, devalues the equity of the property, and now they're out of ratio?
1 minute.
That is a very significant problem for somebody. The bank could call the loan and say, hey, you have to cough up money to get back into ratio. So the overall theme of what I'm focusing on is there's a lot of problems with this train. There's tons of problems. But go back to eminent domain and the threshold of public benefit that has been long established in other projects throughout the history of the state of Texas. This does not meet that threshold. Go ahead, Ian.
Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy, off campus, I move to extend the period of presentation by 2 minutes.
Point of information.
That's a non-interruptible motion, point of privilege. So is there a second for this motion? Seeing no second, we'll go to chair's report.
Withdrawn.
And we're going back to presentation. You have 30 seconds, sir.
I'll go ahead and yield. That's my time to questions.
Perfect. We'll now go to question and answer, beginning with Senator Support.
Senator Stabor called it back last night. So I would like to ask you the same question I asked one of the representatives of the borough earlier today. Do you consider it fair to compare public goods with this for-profit rail?
So I consider it fair to equate public goods with the for-profit rail?
Yes.
I'm going to clarify, I think what you're asking. I do not consider this project to be, I consider it to be a private project for a private purpose. I do not believe it is a private project for a public purpose. It does not meet the threshold established as consistent with all the other examples of all other private entities that have used eminent domain when it comes to public benefit. So is that the question? Okay.
Are there any other questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to Waller County Judge, the Honorable Trey Duhon. You'll have 5 minutes, beginning at how, sir.
Howdy, Ed. My name is Trey Duhon. I'm class of 92. I'm glad to be here. I'm excited to be here. You can ask my wife when I got the invitation to be here. I've spoken in front of legislative committees. I was more excited about being here than I've ever been as far as being in Austin. I appreciate that. I'm county judge for Waller County, 50,000 people, smallest rural county next to the largest metropolitan county in the state of Texas. We're the fastest growing county in the state of Texas. We are also 9th in the country right now. You know, I could spend my time talking about the fact that this project ain't going to cash flow, that the $200 per ticket will make sure this is never a mass transit solution, especially when a family of 4 can drive to Dallas on $20. I could spend a lot of time on that, but here's the deal. I represent the Lansing betting fields. I'm on the ground. I talk to those people every day. I want to have a heart-to-heart with you about the fact that our eminent domain system in Texas is broken, okay? I learned this during the Trans-Texas Corridor back around 2005, 2006. I learned that when eminent domain is used, the landowner is at a significant disadvantage. Y'all all have these maps that were given to you, I guess, by TCR. They have a line on it, okay? The damage is already done. As we sit here right now having this discussion, there are people out there that are already losing value on their land. Now, it is happening. I got a phone call the other day from a young woman. She lives in the north part of my county. And she told me, she actually called me because I have a law practice, and she said, do we have to disclose this when we sell our property? I said, you have to disclose material information. If you don't, you risk being sued for fraud. Their house has not gotten a bid on it, and it's in a nice neighborhood in over 3 months. That is causing damage. So while we go through this process and they do environmental studies, what do you think that property is going to be worth in 2 years? It's not going to be worth what it was. So then when you do eminent domain and you come in and you initiate that process, what's fair market value at that point? Who's going to come in and buy a piece of property that is going to have a high-speed rail or going to have a wall of China going through it? It's the damage is done. So we shouldn't even be having this discussion until we fix the eminent domain process in Texas. You know, best question of the night, and he just brought it up, Senator Stabor. Yes, sir. He's asked it twice. Is there a difference between a public road and a for-profit venture? Yes. The answer is yes. The first gentleman speaker, you stumped him, but the answer is yes, there is. Highways and roads, those are built for public good, right? They're built by the state, the county. They're overseen by representatives that are accountable to you. Is TCR accountable to you? They're accountable to their investors. What about the FRA, Federal Railroad Administration? You've got to be kidding. They're not going to be accountable to the citizens of Texas. We don't have to worry about a road to nowhere. We don't have to worry about whether it's profitable, unless it's a toll road. But by the way, TxDOT is getting away from toll roads. Those can fail, and they have in the state of Texas. So as we sit here discussing this, people are suffering. So really the question is, do we allow eminent domain because somebody else thinks that there is a better and more profitable use for your land. Is that okay? I thought Texas was founded on private property rights. I mean, why do I love Texas A&M? Tradition.
1 minute.
Why tradition? Tradition teaches us what is important. Tradition and history in Texas teaches us that we protect and we fight for what is important. You probably can't see this, but I wore my come and take it tie. Battle of Gonzales. Come and take it. We fight for what's important. That dirt was important enough to die for. Okay? So I ask you to take this into consideration. And you know, I have to say, I was really impressed. Y'all went back and y'all reiterated the Aggie honor code. And I remember it. Aggies don't lie, cheat, or steal. Nor do we tolerate those who do. So ask yourself, with the eminent domain system that we have now, are we going to tolerate people's land being stolen for less than what it should be worth? I don't think we should. I would ask that you vote for Senate Bill 6836.
We'll now begin questions with Chairman.
Chair of Finance, you mentioned, first of all, thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it, sir.
You're welcome.
You mentioned that before we have any other conversation, what we really need to be doing is addressing the issue of eminent domain in the state of Texas. How do you begin to do that?
You know, it's good. It's conversations like this that trickle all the way up, that make their way to Austin. I had a conversation yesterday with Representative Cecil Bell, and we were talking about different things that can be done. For example, I think it got touched on in this meeting. You know, before I can let out a bid for a company to build the community center for Waller County, they have to post a bond. So if this is a for-profit venture, what's the cost of removing this project if it fails? $2 billion? Post a bond. So if it does fail, if you think it's for profit and it's going to work and it fails, then you take it out and you give that land back to the people. And these are the ideas that we're talking about right here and right now. But it starts here. Don't think for a second that what you're discussing here is not going to be heard way beyond these walls, because it will be. I can promise you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions for Judge Duhon? Yes, Senator Hendricks.
I understand it was off campus. We can extrapolate that point just a little bit further. If it fails and if the land is turned over, what happens to the infrastructure that's already been built? Are the farmers left to deal with it or eliminate what's there on their own? Do you have any idea what the process post potential failure would look like?
See, that's the problem, is that we really don't have a system for something like that to happen. We don't require bonds to be posted for these type of projects. You've heard the phrase used, too big to fail. Because once it's built and you have this thing and it's permanent, okay, it's permanent, it's irreversible, it's scarring the land. If it fails, that's when the state of Texas is probably going to have no choice but to come in and subsidize or bail it out. You know, even the Japanese high-speed rail, it failed and foreclosed, and then the assets were bought at foreclosure. So again, you got to ask yourself, is it too big to fail? Do we want to even go down that road?
We'll now go to Senator Seymour. What's wrong? Are there any other questions for presenter? Seeing none, Judge Duhon, thank you very much. We'll now move on to the main event, old business. SB 6836, the Eminent Domain Opposition Act. The presenters will have 10 minutes beginning at howdy, followed by 5 minutes question and answer, and 15 minutes of debate. You may begin at howdy.
Howdy. Howdy. First of all, Senate, if we could get around to Knox, thanking all our guests, both from Texas Central. We appreciate all of you being here and adding to our conversation that we're having tonight. And I want to mention something that Legislative Relations Commissioner Jake Barnett touched on in the open forum. That this shows the importance of the act. The fact that we were able to get so many voices here to weigh in and educate us and listen to what we have to say. And that didn't happen when you're just getting articles in Houston Chronicle saying students are for it without ever asking the students. So with that being said, that's a benefit of this act that I never even thought of that we're gonna have access early on in the stages of project by people who want our approval for their eminent domain. And that's something that really helps us advocate for our constituents. I wanted to explain the backstory a little bit behind the crafting of this bill, because I've done, I talked to probably 60 of my fellow colleagues, you guys. I reached out to so many of you all, had a lot of good phone conversations. One of the things I kept hearing was, why is this a student senate issue? And so I think it's been touched on tonight pretty heavily, that it is a student senate issue, but I wanted to explain my reasoning and why I decided to have that addressed through this body. And so last March, then Community Relations Chair Lauren Felder was serving in a public policy institute and heard about this bill in Austin. And so she came and addressed it kind of internally through Senate, but nothing formal was ever passed. And the author of the bill, Vice President of Municipal Affairs Beckerman, was on that same Public Policy Institute internship. And so it was on our radar since last March. And over the summer, we started noticing articles coming out saying, students, this would really benefit students, this is gonna be great for students. And even today, the CEO of Texas Central wrote us an email where he extols the values that will be given to Texas A&M. If you read Brad's Valley Soft, serving Texas A&M. Well, does the movie theater 40 miles away serve Texas A&M? This lumping of Texas A&M students without ever asking the voice that represents them is what motivated us to say, we're going to do our duty and we're going to speak for the students. And so that being said, when Wayne approached me, we didn't write a pro or against high-speed rail bill. We did have a conversation on December 12th with Texas Central, lasted about 2 hours. And we talked a lot about the pros and cons, and we were ready to launch a legislative initiative regarding that. But we could, from the beginning, say that we were against eminent domain. And so that's something that extends far beyond the specifics of this project, which have been debated at length tonight. City Council, in writing this bill, I've been approached by current and former city councilmen who say, hey, we really like that act, and we use eminent domain. We've entertained stuff about eminent domain for, say, converting rental properties into a public park. And we'd love to get the students' opinion on that. And so what that does is it injects us in the conversation, and we can work for things that we've been fighting for, like repealing the 4-person per house limit. We say, look, if you take a rental property, we're going to need more places to live. So, is that something we can work out? And it puts us in a much better position to advocate. And so I just wanted to touch briefly on that newfound benefit to passing this act, and now I'm going to let the author speak on his behalf.
So just to build on what Senator Stonka told us, this bill is not a knee-jerk reaction. This bill has been researched, it's been vetted. We met with Texas Central for 2 hours and got a ton of information from them. We spent this entire Christmas break combing through that information. And what we came up with the answer to it has already been said tonight by Texas Central themselves. It's one phrase: it depends. All the numbers that you saw, every question you have about compensation, about where the stations are going to be, all these answers are, it depends. This body is not about it depends. Since 1876, we have supported agriculture, we have supported landowners, and we have supported the value that they add to Texas and to Texans in the cities, in the counties, between, everywhere. We cannot have companies say that we support something based on it depends. Because guess what? We stand for more than that. We stand as a solid unit, and we don't need to be used as a bargaining chip in a gamble by a private company without being consulted first. That's all this bill's about. Every number, billions of dollars, thousands of jobs, all that. There's no accountability. What happens if it only creates half those amount of jobs? What happens if it only has half that amount of economic impact? Everyone thought oil would be $120 a barrel today. All the models showed it. We knew that was going to happen, just like we know that this is going to be a great project. The housing market was never going to fail. We knew that. The model said it. But where are we at tonight? We're being asked to support it depends. And that's just not going to work. I'm not okay with this body, this institution, supporting something that still depends. We need private companies to approach us before using us. We need to develop hard stances on things like this, and that's exactly what this bill's about.
And to speak a little bit more about the bill itself, the act, Wayne wrote the whereas, and then I wrote all the part that's going to be codified in our code. And so I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what an act actually is. It doesn't mean we're forever against everything eminent domain, always. What it says is until you come speak with us, we're against taking people's land. Now, if you come, we can pass a superseding statute which would say we are for or against this project. So the people who come here and say we're making blanket statements and we're against progress don't understand how our code works, which isn't surprising because they're not senators and they're just reading the bill and trying to guess. Because no one's asked me what would be the functionality of the act other than you guys, the senators, which I've explained, and I can explain the details in question and answer. So besides that, with regards specifically to the project, I think there's a reason they can't quote us a number for the price. They know we're price sensitive people, but I can tell you in our meeting, they quoted me the coach class would be about $84. So after tax, $91, which to me is just not competitive at all with driving. The fact that you have to leave your car at some parking garage where everyone knows it's unattended for X amount of time, to me seems like another feasibility issue. The fact that we have land left over, as Mr. Workman mentioned, in the I-45 corridor, where we can expand highways without and relieve all the congestion. That was one of the big points I heard repeated. The congestion is going to increase. Well, the highway can increase too. You know, there's just a lot of concerns in terms of where the landing point is and where you need to go, because I'm not from Houston, but I have a lot of cousins there. And when you're in Houston, you know, just because you got to go across town, you know, in Corpus, that's easy. You know, it's 10 minutes away. In Houston, you could be an hour and a half away. And so, you know, y'all know me. I've been one of the staunch supporters of Uber, but that's going to get pricey regardless of what time you take it at. So with that, that's my case to you guys tonight. Don't listen to the money. Listen to the people who represent Texans, who represent Aggies, who are close to the constituency, local judges, state representatives, senators, and not a $10 billion project. You can hire people from all walks of life to come and post all over and speak to us at open houses and stuff like that. Think about the people who by extension are represented by our fine representatives and senators, the millions who don't have the organization or the money to lobby. They're there raising our food and bringing us our next meal, and they don't have billions of dollars to lobby this body. So that's what I want you to think of, and I want you to vote for my bill, the Eminent Domain Opposition Act.
1 minute.
With that, we're open for questions.
We will now begin questions with Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA, just to reiterate, this bill is not to kill the rail that Texas Central is putting on. This is just a bill that states that we are just opposing eminent domain until we have a meeting with these companies. That is correct.
Kind of. That could be a function of the bill. So with the bills, you're right. It doesn't say we're totally against high-speed rail in Texas. We're totally against anything. It doesn't even say we're totally against eminent domain if you understand how that works. What it does is it establishes a default position saying if you're going to use eminent domain and you're going to use Texas A&M students and by extension this body which represents them, you better come and get us to pass a superseding statute.
And we're not transportation professionals. I mean, I appreciate all the students that came up here and told us how great Japan's rail system was. And you know, honest to God, I'm happy that Japan has a great rail system, and I'm glad that our students, I'm glad that our students had the ability to travel over there and see how different cultures work. We sincerely appreciate that. This doesn't have anything to do with Japan's rail system. This has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with the private company co-opting students into something that they have not approved, period.
Now go to Senator Evans.
Hi, Senator Evans off campus. Could you explain briefly the functionality of the bill again, just so we're clear with the body?
So there are several acts within our code, such as Students Against Fee Increases Act. And so when the board reads it, they've done this before. They've announced a fee increase, and then the meeting was a week later. We have it takes 3 weeks to get anything through this body. And so we established an act, which would say, unless we have time and unless we're sold on the benefits of increasing tuition or fees, we're gonna go to the Board of Regents meeting and we're gonna say thumbs down. And it has happened that we are sold on the increases, and you know, Senator Hood can attest to that, and I spent a lot of time to the process of researching a fee increase, and the administration saw that, and they came to us, and they said, this is what's gonna happen. What do students think about that after we pass that act? So the functionality of the act would say, this is our default position. Don't contact us, we're gonna spend money lobbying against eminent domain, we're gonna be against eminent domain, but we will entertain superseding statutes, which could say, okay, this case before. But what it does is it's gonna have the same functionality with the fees. They're gonna come to us on the front end, and we're gonna be able to advocate for the students when it actually matters, not when the rails are on the ground.
You can think about it as a lock on a door. You don't leave your doors wide open and just trust that, you know, good people are gonna come in. You lock your door, people knock, they tell you what they want, you decide it's okay, you open the door. It's really simple. This is a lock on student approval and students being co-opted in projects. That's all it is. It's a safety mechanism, and it's something that's going to protect us from getting in awkward situations or undermining different parts of our system that are doing other things that we are not supportive of.
And so the argument is, you know, we just need a default position, why not pro-eminent domain? And that's everything we've heard tonight, that our system is broken, that we're stealing from people. Whether or not we take their land and not compensate them, we're compensating below what they could sell it for. So that difference right there is in my mind, theft. And so that's why we're coming out against this, or we're making a stand tonight for private property rights in our state and for the rights of farmers and ranchers who will be affected by this.
With a minute and a half, Pro Tem D.
Bridget Dean, off campus. I didn't necessarily get to go to this committee meeting, so I was just wondering if any of the bills did change the committee and what was changed.
Sure. This went to Chair Lander's committee, Legislative Affairs, and the changes which were incorporated, some of them I was not here for, but I understand there were minor changes to whereas 5 and 6, which are, again, the whereas, everything in the whereas gets, you know, tossed. It's just in our archives, but it doesn't go in the code. The only part that goes in the code is after let it further be resolved. And so the changes to this part were the addition of the word easement in
40 seconds.
Right here, section 3, eminent domain or condemnation to secure land, comma, easements. That was the only change made to the therefore let it be enacted part. The rest, I understand, was just kind of nod your head formatting type changes. So other than that, that's it.
With 22 seconds, Senator Ammons.
Motion to extend, Senator Ammons off campus, motion to extend period question answer by 1 minute.
Motion to extend by 1 minute has been made. Duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Madam Chair, that passes. You will have 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Senator Ammons off campus, could you again briefly explain the aspect of this is going to be a resolution that we have in our code as our default position. What would the process of a superseding statute look like?
Sure. So this is an act. A resolution just is the opinion of the student senate, and it just lasts one session. A bill is the opinion of the student body because that's to be signed by the student body president. An act is the same except that it's a codified statute. So it'll be in our code. The code I send out every once in a while. It'll be at the bottom there. And then if we have a new legislative relations commissioner, and Texas Central were to say, for example, Texas Central were to go and try and lobby Austin for eminent domain, we send our legislative relations team to Austin, and they would be tasked with attending subcommittee meetings and testifying. Texas A&M student government is against this because it employs eminent domain. So that'd be functionality, and if we wanted a superseding motion or a superseding statute, it would have to be introduced and passed, and it would be valid for that session. So say in 69, everybody goes crazy and thinks eminent domain is great. You could pass something that said that and it'd be valid for 69. But then for 70, the default position would be restored. Does that make sense?
With 35 seconds remaining, are there any other questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll now begin our period of debate. We'll have 2.5 minutes for each side. I'll begin with Chair Sonk for debate against.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Yes, sir. Please briefly state your amendment.
My amendment would strike If we scroll down, it would strike from Article 5, Section 1. Scroll up, please.
Sorry.
All words after the state of Texas, from that comma until that semicolon.
Okay, is there a second for this amendment? That amendment has been duly seconded. We will now begin a period of debate for the amendment. So is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We will now move into a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving this amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That amendment passes unanimously. We will now move back into our period of debate with Chair Sonka.
I yield to Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton off campus caucus, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Please briefly state the purpose of your amendment.
The purpose of my amendment is to further strike whereas 5 in addition to the previous amendment that we just passed.
Does this amendment have a second? The motion has been duly seconded. Can we please pull the amendment up? Okay, so the amendment will be to strike whereas 5. Is there any debate against this? I will recognize Pro Tem Dean for debate against.
Howdy, Senate. Specifically, the whereas Chair Solomon kind of explained what a bill, especially a resolution or act like this, calls for. The whereas is just explain why Senate is acting the way it is. And he very much explained in the beginning of this conversation that the reason why Texas A&M, why we're addressing this, is because of specifically the high rail was brought to our attention. So because of that, this doesn't change or affect. He already took out high-speed rail from the act that will go in our code. This just explains to people reading the bill why we're acting a certain way or what brought this to our attention, to answer students' questions of, okay, why was eminent domain even a student senate thing? This just explains that we looked towards high-speed rail and that commission and made sure that because of that, this is why we wrote the act. So with that, I would urge you to vote against this amendment just because it explains it. It doesn't address anything to have to do with our code.
We'll now move to debate for this amendment. Is there any debate for? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We will now move to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
As a chair, that fails. We'll now move into, Senator Hutton, you have the floor for debate against.
I yield my time to Senator Hood.
Senator Hood, I have an amendment.
Yes, sir. Please briefly state your amendment.
The amendment is simply to strike in whereas 5 where it says its position on the project to make it its position on eminent domain.
So does this amendment have a second? It has been duly seconded. We will now begin debate against this amendment. Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We will now move to a period of voting on the amendment. All in favor of approving this amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That passes, and yes, Chair. We will now move back into debate against, and Chair Hood, you have the floor.
I yield the floor.
The floor has been yielded to. We'll now begin with debate beginning with Pro Tem Dean.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
As most of y'all probably don't know, I got actually the chance 2 years ago to travel to Berlin, and so I have also ridden on the high-speed rails in Europe and very much benefited from that. But you also probably do not know that I come from a dad who is a fifth-generation farmer who grew up in small-town Texas. And that family on both sides have farms, one of which goes 100 years back. And we were kind of shown the picture in open session by the senator of a little old lady who wants to protect her farm. I kind of thought of my grandma, who is one of those proud farmers in Texas. And so Texas was built on the backs of farmers and ranchers, and I think that we need to remember that. Land is sometimes more than monetary value. For me, I know my grandmother calls it a ranch, it's a farm. Our farm, for me, is dirty barefoot tea and getting the fish out of the stock tank. And so those memories and that land doesn't have a monetary value for these people. And we heard the negative impacts from people who are representing their constituents, much like ourselves, and they speak to behalf of their constituents not wanting this program. And so while it may be beneficial, as we heard in open forum from student senators, for this bill to happen, I think that it's in line with our core values to respect those farmers and those ranchers as an agricultural university, and make sure that we vote against eminent domain. Because at really what point do we tell private companies or corporations that the government can't lay claim on our lands? And at what point do we tell them that small town Texas matters? And so with that, I'm going to urge you all to vote for this bill and pass it and really take a stand as senators against eminent domain and support small town Texas. And with that, I yield my time to Senator Sport.
You have 45 seconds remaining, sir.
Howdy. Senator Sport, College of Agriculture and Life Science. I just want to take a moment and talk about something that Mr. Ray had mentioned earlier, similar to how this is affecting Ennis. My family personally has been victimized by eminent domain. We have our farm where a pipeline went straight through the center of it, greatly diminishing the value of our property. This is not the first time that this has happened. This is not going to be the last time. It's not fair to us to let private companies come in and not provide a public good. In my case, it was a pipeline natural gas. This is not that. This is not a public good. Support this bill. Do not support it.
Thank you very much. The chair will remind this section of the room to please stay in order during debate. We're now moving to debate against the bill. Beginning with Pro Tem Dean.
I have an amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
The amendment will go to whereas 5, and the position it would add in position on the project and eminent domain.
So this motion or this amendment has been made and duly seconded. So we will move into debate on this motion. Yes, sir, Senator Murphy. Do you have a
point of information? Yes, sir. Off campus. Can you restate what the amendment was? Because I believe a lot of us didn't understand.
Cool. So the amendment would go to whereas 5. I'll highlight right here. And then it would say express its position on the project and eminent domain.
Okay, very well. So we'll now move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate. Yes, sir. Chair Hood, you may begin. You have 2.5 minutes.
Chair of Finance. Howdy, Senator.
Howdy.
I hesitate to even call this debate against. This is just a concern of mine. That I do believe that by adding the project in there, we're saying that is the stance of all the students here at Texas A&M University up there. It's a stance of the Senate body, for sure. I think, and personally for me too, I do not agree with the rail. I do not agree with what the project is. My hesitancy is that in talking in conversations with students and other things, there's a chance that we could be overstepping our boundaries and saying that we're representing and speaking for students in this moment. And that's why I originally had project struck out. And that's my personal opinion on that. And I just want to caution everyone on this because that is what I'm noticing. And with that, I yield to Senator Hudson.
Senator Hudson, Off-Campus Caucus. I kind of wanted to point out a couple issues that were brought to my attention during the presentation. So if we're saying that if we are trusting the Aggie Honor Code, and we're trusting that the Aggies that came before us to speak are telling the truth, as all of us have multiple times sworn to do, then when a representative of the TRC says that there will be valid ducts so that agricultural, any ranching, cattle, sheep, anything else can go under this rail, then we should take them at their word. And we should realize that some of the information that was presented on the flyers that went out to us is from 2 years ago and from different iterations of this project. And so I think that we should keep in mind that this is a very politicized issue. And if we want to take a stance as students, we should take a stance on a general issue and not on this one particular project and single them out and kind of demonize them. If there are a large number of students from almost every poll that we've had to say that they would ride on this and they would support it. With that, I yield to the floor.
I'll begin debate forward with Senator Murphy. First hand us up.
Senator Murdoch, so I find it funny that we shouldn't take too broad of a step in representing the people that we were elected to represent. That's what we were elected to do. You're in here to vote, you're in here to represent your constituents. And despite all the different debates that have come this way, I mean, let's take a look at the different people that have come and supported this. We've had a Japanese club, which is understandable. We've had people that have come that have been interning for Texas Central. And we've had people that are sons and daughters of railway commissioners. I mean, it's clear that we're getting a biased perspective. You have a poll that said, would you write it? That's being construed as, I support it. All the data that's being thrown at you does not necessarily mean that people support it. And it's our time to not just simply say, oh, we're scared, so we're just going to say we don't support eminent domain. It's our time to be who we were supposed to be when we were elected, take a stand, represent the constituents that can't speak for themselves, the counties that are too poor to hire lawyers to defend themselves, and say that we don't support this project, that we support agriculture, that we support the people that can't defend themselves, and that's what we were elected to do. So this isn't, no, we shouldn't take a large stand. This is where it's time to take a stand. And with that, I yield to Senator Page.
Chair Page, activist Booth. I want to echo everything the previous senator just said. We are elected to represent the body. This is, this legislation comes up. We look into this matter. We are informed. We're not sitting there, Googling something. Oh, would you like to ride a train? Yes, no. On with my day. We are all informed about this. We just listened to multiple presentations. I think taking an actual stance is a good thing, and representing our constituents is a good thing. Furthermore, I would not take every presenter here at their word, especially when it comes to these facts, because I personally tried to validate a lot of these, and they just don't add up. So with that, I yield to Senator support.
Got 25 seconds. 15 seconds.
Senators, this is no time for caution. Take a stand. This is what we were elected to do.
Now move to Chairman.
Howdy, Sen.
Point of order, Chair Tonka rules and regulations. Someone who's been recognized for debate on a question cannot be recognized again unless there's no one else seeking recognition.
You are correct. So the recognized will go to you.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Yes, sir.
My amendment would re-add the stricken language to the legislative intent portion. Yes.
Is there a second to this motion? It has been duly seconded.
Senators, I apologize. Speaking as representing students, I'm representing a student who can introduce legislation. So I'm sponsoring his act, and I misunderstood his instructions. And so, although I was against taking this out, I thought that's what he wanted, but it wasn't. This is important to keep in the legislative intent, because what that does is it contextualizes the rest of the act for generations yet unelected and who have no idea why we did this. So what this does is by putting it back in there, someone later who's reading the code who has no idea about the debate and isn't going to watch the 4-hour tape of this meeting can say, oh, that's what happened. Let me Google that and get a good understanding of the context of this act and how we should apply it down the road. So it is important. It's not something that has weight in terms of how we advocate, but it just explains to future people what's going on, and it should have never been stressed. And that's my amendment.
All right, we'll now move to debate against the amendment. Is there any debate against this amendment? The amendment to.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't an amendment to the amendment change the amendment and not the actual bill? Is that correct?
An amendment to amendment changes the amendment and not the bill. Yes, sir. So we will vote on this amendment to the amendment, then we will vote on the amendment, and then we will vote on the bill. Anything other than
If this is an amendment, Chair for the Finance, if this is an amendment to the amendment, is that amendment not out of order because it doesn't apply to the amendment?
No, any amendment to amendment is, it is, please clarify.
Sorry to do the test, but because if you're amending an amendment, that means that you have to be amending what was brought forward in the amendment, correct? And the amendment that was brought forward was therefore let it be enacted 1, which has nothing to do with Article 5, Section 1.
An amendment can can change multiple parts of a bill, and you can add other parts of the bill that you want to amend in your amendment. So it is in order. If that makes sense to you, but it is in order, so yes.
Point of information, Senator Strother off campus. So would you say it's like an omnibus amendment when we amend an amendment?
That's still. Yes, Senator Landon.
Chair Lander, LA. So if hypothetically this amendment passes and then the original amendment fails, would then the amendment to the amendment also fail?
Yes. The amendment to the amendment would have passed, but the content of the amendment to the amendment would fail because it was then the amendment is modifying the bill. It's hard to follow. That's the best way I can explain it. Senator Murphy.
Point of information.
Yes, sir. Please stand in order.
Senator Murphy off campus, can you explain all that's happening in layman terms? Because my questions are what they do about it.
Yes, sir. So Chair Hood proposed an amendment. Aubrey, Pro Tem Dean proposed an amendment. Chair Sonka then proposed an amendment to an amendment, which is what we're working on now. And an amendment to amendment modifies an amendment. And an amendment is simply changing a bill so you could have multiple parts of an amendment. He is saying within this amendment, he would like to amend a different part of the bill in the original amendment. And that is what we are debating on now, whether or not this amendment should have this other amendment added to it. And that is the best I can give you. Senator Giles.
Senator Giles, off campus caucus. So, do we keep eminent domain and not add and project or on the project? We project out and then add back both generally and specifically in population.
What we are debating now is whether or not to vote to modify the original amendment, which adds Central Texas Rail or project back to that, and whether or not within that amendment we should also change adding this part we took out earlier to the amendment. And that is the best I can explain it to you. That is the correct what's happening. We'll go to Senator Langston. We need to move on. Previous question has been moved and is out of order because you do not have recognition in the debate. It is privileged. It will not interrupt debate unless you have the floor. So where were we and who had debate?
Chair Sonka, rules and regulations. I move the previous question.
The previous question has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of approving the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. We will now go back to Pro Tem Dean for debate against the amendment. No, sorry, we'll go back to Chair Sonka for debate against the amendment.
Chair Sonka, rules and regulations. I move the previous question.
Previous question has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. Chair calls on division. All in favor of moving the previous question, please stand. All right, thank you very much. And all opposed. By vote of 41 to 8, that motion to move the previous question passes. We will now move to a period of voting on the amendment as amended. So all in favor of approving the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the ayes of the chair, that passes. We will now move back to debate against the bill with Pro Tem Dean, who proposed the original amendment.
I move previous question.
Previous question has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes of the chair, that passes. We'll now move into a period of voting.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Chair Sonka, rules and regulations. I move for a roll call vote.
Motion for roll call vote has been made, which due to our bylaws is a 1/6 second, which I believe you have one. As chair, that is seconded by more than 1/6. You will now move into a roll call vote. Give it about President.
Please stay quiet. Myself, 4. Chair Sonka.
4.
Chair Page.
4.
Chair Lander.
4.
Chair Carlson.
4.
Chair Hood.
4.
Chair Bosworth.
4.
Gordon. Gordon. Allen.
4.
Walker. Walker. Roach. 4. Renfro.
4.
Smith. Smith. Chapman.
4.
DeBoer.
4.
Rose.
4.
De Leon.
4.
Hendricks.
4.
Hess.
4.
Lambert.
4.
Turpin. 4. Gilliland. 4. Cook.
4.
Sweet.
4.
Henderson.
4.
Patel. Patel. Habib. Habib. Blair.
4.
Kubiar. 4. Kuplak.
4.
Luce.
4.
Schaller. 4. Day. 4. Clavin.
4.
Roseanne.
4.
Clark.
4.
Price.
4.
Rios.
4.
Blackman. Blackman. Bonin. Brennan. Chin.
4.
Collins.
4.
Cuevas.
4.
Emmons.
4.
Finney.
4.
Giles.
4.
Gill. 4. Hemphill. Hemphill. Hutton.
Yes.
Cruz.
4.
Langston. 4. Loving.
4.
McNair. McNair. McDonald. 4. Mendoza. Mendoza. Murtha.
4.
Peel.
Against.
Rao. Rao. Russie. Simpson.
4.
Staton.
4.
Strother.
4.
Trano.
4.
Turner.
4.
Please stay in order. By a vote of 60 to 2 to 0, SB 6836, the Eminent Domain Opposition Act is passed. Yes, President Dean.
I have a motion.
Yes, ma'am, please say your motion.
I move to deviate from the agenda and elect as the art chair.
Motion to deviate from the agenda to elect a community relations chair has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That motion passes. Clerk, guests, please stay in order. We will now accept nominations. Yes, Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, I nominate Senator Finney.
Senator Finney has been nominated for CR chair and duly seconded. Senator Finney, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do accept this nomination.
Very well. Are there any other nominations for community relations chair? Seeing none, your presentation time will be limited to 5 minutes since you're running unopposed, as per the state bylaws. And if you have a presentation, have you emailed in a presentation, sir?
I have it on the agenda.
Okay, perfect. We'll get that in for you. And you'll have 5 minutes if you'd like to begin. And it should also be said, if you have a character witness, he must go within that 5 minutes.
I'm just.
Yes, Senator Collins.
Senator Collins off campus, not just like say mine, he's going on running.
Yeah, he's entitled to a 5-minute presentation. He can use the time as he wishes. If he'd like to yield the time, he may. However, he's entitled to that 5 minutes. Yes, sir. You have 5 minutes to have.
Well, howdy, Senate. My name is Clark Finney, and I want to be your next community relations chair. I had this practiced speech and presentation that was, I thought was pretty good, but I'm just going to save all that and tell you that I have a lot of good things planned, and if I don't do a good job, if you feel unsatisfied with my effort, then you know what, you can just vote me out when I run the same thing again. So.
Are there any questions for our presenter? Yes, Senator Kubiak.
Sorry, just you one goal for CR if you want to share, just to make this legitimate.
Okay, yeah, that's I think that we can do more of an effort to advertise local business options, as well as at least work to get more student discounts. I plan that if I do get this position, which I'm hoping that nothing goes wrong, if I do get this position, I do plan to attend city council meetings for College Station, so I get more opportunity to see Wayne's handsome face. And I mean, there's a lot of things wrong with it.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College Morris, just real quick, can you briefly give us an idea of the kind of experience that you have so far that would make you specifically use it for your job?
Excellent. For one, just kind of skip that part. I am Vice President of Kappa Alpha Order, informally known as KA, and through the month that I've had that position, I've spearheaded a campaign to have us wash the squad cars on Sunday afternoons. As well, I have worked. Let's see. I've also gotten the Student Senate tablecloth for a fraction of the price that it usually is. Done a couple behind the scenes things to try to get the House Schools bill rolling. Working out partnerships and Camu TV. However, that opportunity was chosen for another option. It's fine, but here we are now. So,
Are there any other questions? Yes, sir. Is a point?
One other question. Zach Carlson from Student Services. Mr. Speaker, can you refresh us on what we decided at the beginning of this session for an unopposed race, whether we can do a voice vote or not?
We can do a voice vote thanks to good old Senator support. So, that being said, if there's no other questions, if our nominee or our candidate could exit the room, we'll begin a period of is there any debate against our candidate?
point of information, I'm not real clear on this. Do we still hear from the character witness or not?
So whenever there's an unopposed race, it is up to the candidate. They're given 5 minutes in which their character witness must be part of that 5 minutes. They're not given additional time for the character witness. So seeing as he yield the floor, character witness, if there is one available, will not be heard.
Thank you. I was just curious.
So that being said, is there any debate against? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move to appear to voting. All in favor of electing Clark Finney, our Community Relations Chair, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes. Division is dilatory and will not be heard.
I, Clark Finney, do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability the duties of the office of State Chair Office Community Relations Chair for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
To uphold the honor of the same.
To uphold the honor of the same.
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
And to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
To promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Pro Tem Dean on campus, I move to deviate from the agenda and move to academic affairs confirmation.
Motion to deviate for academic affairs confirmation has been moved and duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Madam Chair, that passes unanimously. If all nominations could please come forward. You will have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Howdy, Ags.
Howdy.
This is my nominee, Ted. Don't worry, we're really excited about him. We had a lot of really great people apply, actually a high number of applications, and he just did a great job, really impressed in his interview. So I'm excited for y'all to get to know Ted a little bit.
Thanks, Joseph. I appreciate it. First thing, my name is Ted Jones, and I wanted to first thank Joseph for nominating me. I am a freshman, and I know what that entails. I know a lot of you here are not freshmen, but at the same time, I really do want to show that I can demonstrate maturity and that I can lead in academics at this university. So yes, I'm running for Vice President of Academic Affairs. A little bit about me. I am a freshman. I'm originally from São Paulo, Brazil. My hometown is Prosper, Texas, a little bit north of Dallas. I'm a political science major. I've lived in a couple of interesting facts. I've lived in 3 countries, 7 states, and about 10 schools. And I am very proud to say that A&M is, out of the 10, the best school I've ever attended. I'm a certified pharmacy technician. I think that's one cool thing about me. I'm actually a pre-med major. Pre-med student at a poli-sci degree, which sometimes it's confusing to explain to people, but it's something that I really look forward to. I'm very interested in government. At the same time, I really enjoy medicine. What are my visions and my values? One really important quote that I like is, our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to just try just one more time. And I want to quote that because I believe that if you're passionate about something and you really believe in that, there is always the time where you can, if it fails, you can always go and try to achieve that one more time. And I think that's important, especially in the Senate. And also, in relating to academic affairs, going to administration and faculty members, I think it's really important to note that if you have a persuasion or ideas of how to implement the things that you in the student body want to implement, I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. 3 core values: honesty, kindness, compassion, and tradition. Those are the 3 core values that I put in my application that I value a lot. Honesty, I think we all know the Ag Honor Code, and I really truly honest. I was
my whole family really brought me and grew me to become very honest in society. And I think that's a very important thing to have in the Senate, in a committee, Vice President of Academic Affairs. Kindness and compassion, I think it's always important to, and in compassion, I always want to state that it's important to know that we represent the student body. And I think that's very important to sometimes note because, you know, it's important to, what I'm trying to say is, as we embody the student body, and so it's important for us to share their values and share what their ideas are. Tradition, I'm very, tradition in my high school, my elementary school, my middle school, I've always been really fond of tradition, and my family has a couple of traditions that we do in Christmas and things like that, small little family things. And I think when I came to A&M, I think traditions was just, the traditions here at A&M are incredible. You know, just coming to the campus tour and just going around, I think it was truly incredible. I love the traditions here. My visions, there's a couple things I wanted to say. I'm here to serve to implement legislation that has already been passed and that are going to be passed in the future. I'm here to advocate for what you guys pass and go to administration and get that passed in administration. I feel really strongly about whatever you guys pass, it's because the student body really wants that to happen, and we need to implement that later into administration. Get the administration to implement that and become a reality is something that I really strive for in this position. Also advocate on behalf of the Student Senate and legislative, like I said, to the faculty and administration. My #1 priority is to increase the number of bills that administration effectively pursues. It's something that I really strive for, is to everything that we pass and you guys pass, I really want to show that to the administration and faculty and show why it's so important for you guys and for the student body. My ability to create a strong and better academics for the student body. I see day in and day out students here that want a strong educational background, and I think that I'm a person who has always strived to do well in academics, and I feel that I really want to be someone that can represent academics at this university. And also strive to bring awareness to students regarding their academic rights. I know a lot of the bills and things here in terms of academics are about getting students to know what they are entailed to and what they have, and kind of get an awareness, get them to know what they have in terms of rights. Experience, a couple of things that I believe that qualify me for this position. I was awarded a certificate of outstanding academic excellence by President George W. Bush during his office. I was actually sick. I was actually going to the White House to receive it, and I was sick and I could not go, which really sucks. But anyways, I got a certificate with his signature, and that was something really amazing. I've been to a international meeting of young scientists in Portugal, where UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Science, and Cultural Organization, actually chose me to represent Brazil in their science organization and committee. And so it was an interesting meeting. There was about roughly 13 countries, and we were able. The theme was actually "Water for Life." It was the theme for UNESCO that year, and we were able to expand on what our Brazil was doing at that time. So I was in high school in Brazil, so you guys understand. But that's one of the qualifications for me. Also, I was Vice President of Public Relations at the HOSA, Health Occupational Students of America, in my high school, helping them implement CPR certification and also blood drives. We went from having no blood drives at the high school to having 3 each year. So that was very exciting. Also, debate conference at my high school in Brazil. We partnered with the University of Brazil, and we represented in a assembly. It was a simulation of the assembly of the Cuban Missile Crisis. I was actually represented in the United States in that assembly, and so that was something that I'm really proud of and very interesting to be a part of. Here at the university, I'm part of the AMSA, American Medical Student Association, and it's something that I really strive for because since I am a pre-med student, I do believe that it's important for me to also join organizations that are preparing for my career. Also, you know, thanks, Negan, but what I really want to say to you guys is that I'm a person that is very strong in academics, and I really value academics. A&M University has one of the best academics in the United States, and I strive to keep that and make it better every single day, and that's what I'm here for. I really want to get the opinions and everything that you guys pass here to go to administration and truly get them to consider most things that we approve here. and later on, show the student body that from here, their voice can be heard and we can later succeed. And that's what I have for today. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
We'll begin with Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA, what is your position on the Texas top 10%?
Sure. My position in terms of the top 10% is, and I thought a lot about that. I'm actually from Brazil, like I said, and I got here to the United States. I lived here before, but my sophomore year, and I didn't know what that was. And so when I started learning about it, I'm actually I do not agree with it. I believe that it is sort of a cover-up for what the state cannot do. And what happens is there's schools here, I would say, and as an example, my high school, we had 18 or 13 AP classes where a school about 2 miles away from us had 2 AP classes. And what I feel about the 10% rule is you end up getting a large variety of different people, but you are not getting the top 10% of the state. You're getting a cover-up of what the state can't provide in the public schools, and then to try to cover that up, they use that rule. That's my opinion on it.
With a minute and 20 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, there, off-campus commission preface.
Yes, sir.
So we saw, you're very gifted academically, really cool class experiences, but part of your job is the interface with administrators. So since seeing you are a freshman, what do you think you're bringing to the table from a maturity standpoint and ability to interact with administrators across the campus?
Sure. I've always been mature. I asked my mom, I was like, Mom, what should I put as something that's interesting about me? And I didn't put that up there, but I did state it. And I do believe that at a really young age, I've been very mature. And my parents actually noticed that, and they're like, dude, you're 10 and you act like you're 19. But what I'm saying is, I feel like I have very good relationship with my faculty in every aspect. The office hours I go to, I can speak to my faculty in very different ways. And they're just truly, a couple of them are truly my friends, I could say. And I go to them all the time. And I think that I can build really strong relationships with the administration the same way that I do with my faculty members. I want the faculty here at A&M really want students to succeed, and I feel like the administration also feels that way, and we can definitely get to that point. Strive to get better every day. We have great academics, but we can always get better.
All right. Seeing no motion to extend, we will begin our period of debate. If the nominee could please exit the room. Thank you for your time. Is there any debate against the nominee? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving Ted as our academic affairs nominee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. That passes. Let's see his name on it.
Faithfully execute to the best of my ability. Execute to the best of my ability. The duties of the office of state your office. The duties of the office of Vice President of Academic Affairs for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association. For the Texas A&M Student Government Association. To uphold the honor of the same. To uphold the honor of the same. At all times to protect the welfare of the student body. At all times to protect the welfare of the student body. And to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university. And to promote good relations between the student body and those concerned with the university. Thank you so much.
At this time, the chair would deem it wise and entertain a motion to deem it from the agenda to go to the consent agenda and then go to normal business. Is that Senator Rosine has motion? It's been duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. And so we will now move on to the consent agenda, which includes the senior debt appreciation resolution and the 250,000 safe rise resolution. Are there any objections to passing these via unanimous consent? Yes, sir.
Senator Rose Carpenter, what was the second one you just said?
The 250,000 safe rides resolution, which is a resolution congratulating carpool on 250,000 safe rides. Seeing no objections, the consent agenda is passed by unanimous consent. We will now move back into old business with SB 6845, the Fair Campus Act support. At which time I will forfeit the chair for
You may begin, starting with Alex.
Howdy. So this is a quick recap of what the bill was. I don't think there was any tremendous amount of objection. We got a lot on the agenda, but it basically is all has all the benefits that both parties are looking for in the last bill, where we I'm sorry, it's been a long meeting. We had so any event of sexual assault on campus, which could be a very traumatic event. The previous bill was gunned down because it forced students to go report anytime they talked to a campus administrator, they had to go to the police, which creates some issues because people were weighing that against the due process the bill added. So there's the responsibility or the requirement of people who are victims of sexual assault to go forward, who come forward to campus administrators to also report to the police. If you've got any further questions, we'll entertain them later. But the only amendments that were made to this bill since we last saw it, we just added some additional names like who we would send this to. And so we added Pete Sessions, who is the bill author. All right, and with that, I yield the rest of our time.
Rest of the time has been yielded to. We will now entertain a period of question and answer. Senator Bud.
Senator Little, yeah. So what is this exactly?
So if you were here at the last meeting, you probably heard a lot about it. But basically, we had the Safe Campus Act. There was a Safe Campus Act, which we passed a bill opposing in the last semester. And basically, the issue was that sexual assault is a tremendous problem on college campuses, and we thought it was our responsibility as Aggies to lobby for. There were two bills that are currently in Congress. One is the Safe Campus Act, which would fulfill the role of due process. Right now, sexual assaults on campus are handled primarily through Title IX, and the problem with Title IX is it doesn't have a lot of there's some gaps as far as due process and rights to the accused that members of our body recognize, but it also and so the original solution to that was the Safe Campus Act. The Safe Campus Act said that it imposed these due process constraints, but it had this really nasty catch to it, and that was that if you talk to a campus administrator said that you were a victim of sexual assault, you had to go to the police. That was problematic because it was fearful that would reduce the amount of people that would come forward if even they were assaulted. And so what this bill does is it adds those due process requirements for any on-campus resolution, like any process through which sexual assaults are handled on campus, except if you go through a campus procedure, you don't have to go to the police.
And if I could add something that's not related to this bill, we do have an extension to 11:30 tonight. I mentioned we put that in our email, but we have to for another hour.
Does that answer your question?
Yep. So this is withdrawn.
Now recognizing Chair Lander.
Chair Lander with the affairs. Just in order to highlight one other tiny change that was made, can you explain will this bill just be seeking the Senate's approval, or will it have any requirement for somebody to lobby on behalf of the Fair Campus Act?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Landon.
Chair Lander cleared this up for us a while back. And we're also going to ask very nicely the FCC and DC lobbies for us as well. Because we can't technically mandate them to do it, but we can ask nicely. So that's our words go.
Senator Sweet.
Senator Sweet, traditional academic programs. So on the bottom line, sector guys, basically, in a nutshell, they're approving, for a campus in the sense of some reports. So I appeal to the police, and we're ensuring it's a fair, just process of reporting, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get lobbied, and we're just trying to take that step forward and stepping in, standing up, that's what everything's out.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Emmons.
Senator Hopkins, I think the previous question.
The previous question has been moved to, and it has been seconded. All in favor of moving previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? And that passes. With that, we will entertain debate on the bill, recognizing debate against first.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs, if we just move to the previous question, are we supposed to debate on the bill?
Yes, I was under the understanding that we were moving previous question on the Q&A.
Speaker Mitchell, off campus, motion to move previous questions out of order because we were not in a period of debate. However, a motion to close the period of question and answer would be in order.
Well, the time is already ended for it anyways, so. The time had already ended, so we will now move to a period of debate. We would entertain, yes.
Senator off campus, I move the previous question.
A second. Yes.
Speaker Mitchell, off campus, a motion to move previous questions out of order because both sides have not been recognized. However, if the chair moves to, or if the chair recognizes debate against, and there's no one to debate against, then debate will be.
There is debate against, so we will now recognize Senator Sport for debate against.
Senator Sport, I motion that we move to previous question.
No. The motion still. No, I got it. Just let me speak. Hold on a second. The motion is out of order because both sides have not debated, but you are more than welcome to yield the remainder of your time to the floor. Okay, we will now recognize debate 4. Recognizing no debate 4, we will now move to a period of voting. All in favor of the bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? And with that, that bill passes.
Good Lord. All right. We'll now move into a period of presentation of SB 6834 to the Vice President of Municipal Affairs Establishment Act. If somebody could find our rules and regulations, Chair, that would be great.
Right.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
There are specific portions of the cabinet which are codified and have to be brought up. And this is at the request, I don't think the executive branch has any problem with having a VPMA. It's been a huge asset to us in terms of dealing with the city council. There's actually a city council position that needs to be filled by a non-voting student liaison. So this is a great idea to put this in our code, have SPPs find someone they like to represent us on municipal affairs. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none. Period of yes, Senator Blair.
What's the definition? What would this person do?
So if we scroll down, they shall serve as student governance liaison to the city council, College Station City Council, responsible for lobbying for priorities. You read it yourself. Basically, just serving the capacity of representing some municipal affairs. If you write a bill passing something in College Station, we want, Texas speed limit, the speed limit of Texas and North to be lower. This person will go advocate or whatever.
All right. Seeing no more questions, the period of question and answer is closed. We will now move to a period of debate on the motion. Is there any debate against this bill? Seeing none debate on one side, we will now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6837, the Legislative Relations Commission Establishment Act as read, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. We'll now move into a correction. Sorry, that was SB 6834, the Vice President of Municipal Affairs Establishment Act. my fault. We'll now move to presentation on SB 6837, the Legislative Relations Commission Establishment Act.
Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
This one's in the same vein. Not only do we need to advocate municipally, but also in Austin and Washington, D.C. I mean, we've had the Legislative Relations Commission. They're the ones that, give us a voice. When you have something in here and if it stays in here, it does nothing. But if we have people take our message to lawmakers and to bodies where it can be amplified, that's where we're representing students. And so this would just put in the code saying we're going to have a Legislative Relations Commission, and we're going to have a commissioner, and they're going to fight for our bills. And you can read them.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, here your question answered. Yes.
Senator Rose Clark. How is this bill an improvement over the system we currently have now on the executive side of the House?
Of the House of student government.
Okay, so question to follow up, I guess.
Go ahead.
So right now we have Jacob Arnett. We have the executive side of legislative relations that follow him and work with us on the LA committee to write and advocate and all that fun stuff. How is this bill an improvement over the system we currently have?
Okay, this will just re-enshrine that commission in our code. So we had it enshrined, I think 2 years ago, and it was removed kind of capriciously, and so we're just putting it back in. So it's just gonna, we're always gonna have Jacob Arnett, Jr. down on.
I'll recognize myself for a question. Senator Song, can you explain how our Legislative Relations Commission has essentially been a quasi-commission until now that was specifically laid out in the code, that it was abolished by a certain Senate bill and is now essentially non-existent. However, it's still working because it exists in STU Act, but it's not codified in our code, and that's why we
Sure. So your SVP can basically make up whatever commission he wants, and they can work in whatever capacity within the role of the student body president. That's totally fine. But there are some that are codified. And so if you can just make it up, you can just take it away. And this isn't something he's going to take away, but this is something we need to put back in there. So it's not a quasi-commission. It is something that's going to be there so that your bills can get advocated for in Washington, D.C. or in Austin, bill in its particular. So you're right, it was there, and then we tried to take it out, but it was still in STU Act. So we're just putting that in.
Seeing no other questions, the period of question and answer is closed. Now moving to a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. Now moving to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6837, the Legislative Relations Commission Establishment Act, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. We'll now move into period of presentation for SB 6842, the Academic Transparency Bill. If the presenters could please come forward, you have 10 minutes, which I don't encourage you to use all of, beginning at howdy.
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 I'll start by saying I do have a 10-minute speech prepared, so please be ready for this. All right. So on a serious note, this bill was introduced 2 weeks ago. The basic premise of the bill is to request a student rules change to where your professor would actually have to post all of the grades that, per the student rules and per the syllabus, which is enshrined in the student rules, make up your final grade that you get at the very end of the semester, 3 to 5 days after it ends. So that way you can say, well, I got a B, I knew I was borderline A, B, or it could even be a D, borderline C, D. This could be the difference in you graduating or not. You can see all the grades that made up that grade, and you go, oh, wait, there's 2 assignments that I actually turned in, got 100 on, got back, and there's a 0 sitting there. Things that you would know in no other way actually know that it was an issue. The one thing that got amended to this in committee was to also request that all students receive midterm grades, not simply students with under 30 hours, as the rule currently is written. This would just kind of encourage professors to actually put some grades in, so you had some kind of idea of your progress throughout the semester, just at that one point. And that grade would obviously not go on a transcript. It would not go anywhere. It's non-finalized grade. It would just be kind of a progress check for where you're sitting and how you're feeling before Q drop deadline. So that way you don't have to take a guess on your Q drops.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing, yes, Senator Evans.
Concern is off campus. A few questions on that. First one, is eCampus not functioning in that capacity?
So yes, eCampus does have the ability to, for a person to upload their grades to it. However, there is nothing in any kind of student rules, there's no kind of statute that actually requires professors to use eCampus or to post your grades. So we're not asking for a new system that allows them to be able to do this. We're just asking them to make grades available in some way that's FERPA compliant by the time your final grades are posted. So this isn't addressing eCampus, this isn't addressing functionality, just access to your own academic records.
Yes, sir.
On the midterm, how frequently are midterms actually an accurate representation of how we're doing it?
Okay, so I can't speak for all people across all colleges. I can tell you from engineering, my own personal stance would be probably not all that often, especially in upper level classes. But at the same time, you don't have to look at it. This isn't anything that affects you negatively in any way, but should your professor decide to take it seriously, and I think for a lot of times, students come in with quite a few hours, or they pass that 31 hour and they're still taking freshman classes. I know people who are seniors by hour still taking some freshman classes because it's a university core curriculum thing that was kind of passed over and they're just doing it now before they can graduate. So certain classes like that, it would probably be more beneficial to, but I can't say that for everybody.
We'll now go to Senator Clark.
Good, John.
All right, seeing no more questions, the period of question and answer is closed. We'll now move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against this bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6842, the Academic Transparency Bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. We will now move into SB 6841, a Senate bylaw bill. Yes, sir.
Senator Luce, College of Liberal Arts, move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Do we not have a room extension for this room tonight?
We do have a room extension until 12:30. 11:30, sorry. I wish 12:30. All right, so all in favor, let me see here, this is debatable. No, it's not debatable. All in favor of adjourning.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is it not our job as senators to actually pass legislation? It's considered.
I agree. Yes.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Chair Sonka, Senator Strawler, I think it's Chair Sonka did not rise when he was speaking.
Point of order. That's on the rules and regulations. That should have been a point of order, not for our parliamentary procedure.
No.
You're both out of order. We will now move into a period of voting. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. As the chair, that fails. We'll now move into a period of consideration on SB 68. Please say the word. SB 6841, the Officer Reorganization Act. 10 minutes beginning you had.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. I thought it was for those, like those nightmares you have, where, yeah, those are inside. Okay, so very quickly, there's a 1 minute made committee. Prior to this, we had struck out language having to do development under the assumption that the redevelopment officer bill would be happening at the same time. What we realized is we don't need to do that. And so that was struck out. So the only two things that are happening in this bill are removing 2 responsibilities that are currently under the constituency affairs chair, or currently under the pro temp, which have to do with constituency affairs, to the constituency affairs position. So, if there's any questions, I yield.
Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, there, off campus. Doesn't this have a sister piece of legislation that's currently in committee?
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the bill that's before it now. Actually, I would consider it not to be a sister piece of legislation, because the other piece of legislation to which I believe you're referring to creates an entire officer position. So no, this has nothing to do.
We have a question for you, so Senator Peel. Do you have a question? Sorry, Senator Straw.
Senator Straw, off campus. Doesn't this bill pave the way for the second piece of legislation that's currently in committee?
No, it doesn't.
Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy, off campus. Permission purpose.
Yes, sir.
when we were in committee, it seemed as though the two bills were put together.
Yes.
As if one, I don't remember.
I can explain that. All right. I understand what the miscommunication was. So originally, what I had done, because this is the Officer Reorganization Act, so the Responsibility Reorganization Act. The purpose of this bill was to take the positions that were being changed for, basically the purpose of this bill was to reallocate some of the responsibilities of the pro tempore to other officers. So my mistake when I wrote this legislation was that I went ahead, for some weird reason, I was stupid. All right, for some weird reason, thank you, yes, I will admit it. For some weird reason, I went ahead and eliminated all the language as well about development under the pro temp. And what I think happened, honestly, is that I don't know, I was being stupid, and I will admit that. Honestly, it's fine. So this bill has nothing to do with the other bill. I don't see a way it can pave a way for a new officer bill. All it does, if anything, well, never mind. Yeah.
We'll now go to Senator Kubiak.
Will you remind the body why, like, the purpose behind moving these tests?
They belong in the constituency of Ferry's officer position and not in the position of the pro temp.
Seeing no other questions, the period of question and answer is closed. We'll now move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is on side. Now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6841, the Officer Reorganization Act, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. We'll now move to a period of presentation on SB 6843, the OAL Print Balance Rollover Bill. If the officer please come forward, you have 10 minutes beginning at howdy.
All right, howdy, Senate. This is a pretty straightforward and simple bill. This is a bill which I've already kind of entertained the idea with the administrators, and they are pretty on board with it. And the bill is requesting that the current $30 open access labs printing allotment or allocation that every student gets every semester, instead of dissipating at the end of the semester, it will continue to roll over as long as you're a student at Texas A&M. And this is good for one major reason. Well, it's a couple, I guess, but I'll just be brief. First off, you're paying this fee, you're paying for this money to have for when you need it for academic purposes. We're an institution first, an academic institution, and there's a reason why you're getting it. So you can print stuff out and turn it into class instead of having to pay for it. A lot of times students will have a particular class or a particular semester where printing isn't all that important. Everything's online, or very minimal printing is necessary. And certain times you'll have semesters where you're printing out 200 pages of code for one assignment, and well, that's your entire allocation almost. So having that bit of in reserve for when you don't use it, for when you do need it, I think is a great idea. It's a fee you're already paying. This wouldn't increase fees in any way. And I think that's pretty much all. Anything you want to add? All right, yield the floor to questions.
We'll begin with Senator Clark.
Senator Clark on campus. So just to make it crystal clear.
Absolutely.
So your $30 is going to roll over, and it's only going to be for a year, or is it going to be your whole time at A&M?
Your whole entire time at Texas A&M. So the reason why we decided to do this is because we actually debated saying, it's like, well, what happens after an academic year, after, 1 year cutoff, hey, that's it, and then it starts back over at $30. Or, maybe a cap limit, it's like, you can only have $100 worth of, prints at your time here at Texas A&M. We decided when I was at the meeting that for one, we want to be put in the best position as possible. So that's why we kind of left it as, hey, we're going to have $30 be rolled over every time until you're a senior in college, and once you graduate, you're done. It goes away if you haven't used any of the sheets. We believe that one, we want to have a good position when we're with the when we're talking with the administration, because for one, it's like, hey, we want to have this, this roll of, hey, $30. If the administration want to say, hey, why don't we put a cap, then say, yeah, we're down for it. We don't want to limit ourselves. We want to see how much bang for a buck we can get since we're already paying $30 for printing.
Yeah, another addition to that, if it reset every year, and this is something we talked about extensively in my committee, if it ended at the end of the academic year, this would only be beneficial to you in the spring semester, because every fall you have $30 regardless. And I think that it's kind of limiting the entire purpose of this is to bring benefits to students.
And I'll go to Senator Strother.
Senator Strother off campus. So a question about how the bill works. Would we have to keep paying $30 at the beginning of each semester and we would just stockpile until the very end? Or would we just start a cap where we don't pay for any more printing fees for now?
So for what this bill is written is, you're gonna be paying that $30 fee. You are required to pay that $30 fee for printing, okay? If you're thinking about this thing, it's like, hey, maybe we should put a bill or an amendment to remove that, wouldn't highly suggest it. This one is, you're forced to pay that fee, might as well actually, get most bang for your buck and decides to roll it over into, the next semesters.
So I'm going to say something that might address what your follow-up is going to be. And this is exactly something we talked about on my committee. My committee and our discussion was very, very much in favor of doing something like that. After you have a certain amount, you don't have to pay the fee. We deemed that to be a separate issue because that have to go through a lot more levels of approval to get rid of a fee that's currently assessed to all students. We decided to try to take a smaller battle with this and then write a separate piece of legislation that would address the fee specifically like that in attempts to remove it. So taking one step at a time, trying to win this, and then going from there. Baby steps.
With 2 minutes remaining, we're going to first MD.
Quick question, does the money that's rolled over or not rolled over currently that's extra each semester go towards something? Because it's my understanding from being a library committee that it goes towards the FT credits.
From what I have been told, and this is from, I was talking to a couple of people that actually work with the OAL printers, is for them, that money is actually reserved primarily for printing and for the ink that is purchased. Now, that could be a miscommunication because I talked with a couple of people, especially with the 4 dorms, they use a lot of printing, and for them, it's primarily just, hey, this money is allocated towards printing and ink, and really with how the printers are necessarily repaired, I don't know where that cost is coming from. That's primarily just paper.
And just to piggyback on that for one other point, I don't think this would affect the net amount of money the university had to service printers, even if that was the case, because it maybe for the first couple of years, but then after that, the people who aren't using these OAL prints, which is a lot of students, they would still use it upon graduation anyway, and it would go to the exact same cause that it was going to right now. But it is our best understanding that what Chair Boswell said is the correct answer.
With 40 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Simpson. We will now, with 35, go to Senator Clark. Seeing no more questions, the period of question and answer is closed. We'll move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against SP 6843, the OAL curriculum? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of passing this bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That bill passed unanimously. We'll now move into a period of SP 6824, the roll call vote bill. Representative will have 10 minutes beginning at half.
It starts at 9.
Hi, Senate.
Hi.
Okay, so this is our first time out here talking. I'm pretty sure I'll know the gist. Roll call vote. Give an option if we're not here for roll call vote.
I think everything in the committee still the same.
Wants to.
We inform you all that if you miss a roll call vote, you get an absence in the meeting, and you can only get up to 2 in a meeting. So you can miss like 5 roll calls, we're talking 5 absences, you can still only get 2.
Are you on your time?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll begin with Chair Hood.
You're fine. Forgive my ignorance if y'all were already gone the rules and I just haven't paid attention. Like I said, I have no stupid names. Well, okay, question, right. So my question to you guys is something that I might have forgotten. So, wait, I remembered it. My question is, are there any, guys, I'm sorry, I'm 3 hours asleep. Are there any requirements on a roll call vote, or can a roll call vote be called at any time? Like if I'm just sitting here, I'm moving for a roll call vote, just seeing everyone's here, or is it if in the event that we're voting on a bill, then okay, that's all I need.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Senator Schroff? Never mind. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, debate, or question and answer is closed. We'll now move to a period of debate. Is there any debate against this bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting on this bill. All in favor of approving SB 6824, the roll call vote bill, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the ayes of the chair, that bill fails. We'll now move into a period of new business, beginning with SB 6846, the License to Carry Handgun Opposition Act. He's got a slide.
Yes,
President Dean.
President Dean, I'll give it. I voted against that bill and I moved to reconsider the roll call vote bill.
Motion to reconsider has been made, so we will now move into another period of voting. All in favor of voting for SB 6824, the roll call vote bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. The chair will call his own division. This bill requires 2/3 to pass, so if all in favor, please stand.
Oh, it doesn't hold people accountable. No one voted against it. That's sketch.
All right, and all opposed, please stand. And by a vote of 21 to 19, that vote fails. We will now, please stay in order. We'll now move into a period of new, please stay in order. We'll now move into a period of new business, beginning with SB 6846, License to Carry a Handgun Fee Opposition Act. If Pro Tem Dean could please take the podium. If not, you're on the bill, aren't you? I want to speak. Okay, whatever.
Wait, if you're on it, I'll just. I need a
Well, Hattie said it. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. Introduce a new bill. So this is the License to Carry a Handgun Fee Opposition Act. And basically what this bill says is that whenever you're applying for your license to carry a handgun in the state of Texas, there's a $140 fee you must pay for filing of this handgun. It's a processing fee, etc. And I know, we're opposed to that fee. We're saying that fee shouldn't exist. And I know there's a difference, or there's this, counter argument immediately. What about the DMV, Aaron? What, you got to go there and you got to pay your fee, and you got to get your driver's license. Well, the difference is a license to carry a handgun is your Second Amendment right. And if the state impose any type of restriction on it, there should not be any fee you have to pay when going to that. There's plenty of money in our Texas budget to pay for this. We have a surplus, we have a rainy day fund, etc. And when you look at our driver's licenses, that is not it's not an equivalent thing. You do not have a right to drive. It is not accorded to you by the Constitution. And so this bill basically says it's another act similar to the Eminent Domain Act that we just passed. But it says we oppose this fee, but we especially oppose it to towards students who are put in these areas that are often where they're often most vulnerable to mass shootings and other things like that by deranged individuals on college campuses, and who are also at an economic disadvantage compared to the general populace. So that's basically the gist behind this bill. I think it's a great thing. I know it's something that Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has mentioned in the past. It's something he wants to entertain. And I'd like us to stand up not only for our students at Texas A&M, but also all students in the state of Texas that are They're looking to carry a handgun on their college campus whenever it goes into effect on August 1st. So I urge you to vote for this bill whenever it comes up for old business. But with that, I will entertain questions.
Yeah, we now moving to question, Chair Hood.
Chair of Finance, do you know how many handgun licenses are given out in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Permission to follow?
Yeah.
Do you know what the funds go towards that are used to pay for this fee in a handgun license?
I would assume it goes towards the processing fees, but you know, in the bureaucracy they have to create in order to regulate the Second Amendment. But I don't know.
Thank you.
I will now recognize myself. Is there a way to, I guess, I don't actually know how to handguns, a way for people to apply for some form of assistance, or if they show their criteria student now currently?
I can speak to that.
Sorry.
All right. So I recently applied for my concealed handgun license, and so when you go through that entire process, no, there's not a box you can check or say, if you require financial assistance, check this box. So,
no financial assistance on the Second Amendment.
Senator Collins.
Senator Collins off campus.
How many of y'all have actually, how many of y'all have actually filed for CHL? 3? I mean, it's really not that hard.
I don't have the money, man. It's
$140.
$140.
You got $140.
I don't know, $140, man. It's expensive. I understand the fee to take the class, where you have to go pay someone to train you on the stuff, but you know, the $140. Dude, I know it's an investment, but I'd rather have my rights given to me for free instead of having to pay a tax on my Second Amendment rights.
Chair Hood.
Chair of Finance, just one last question. Is Dan Patrick a student at this university?
no, who are? We are.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
you know who have to pay that fee? Students. And so this is us saying, we lobby for concealed carry on campus. We lobby for all, you know, these guns rights. And it would make sense that if we would want to enable some legislation to be better enacted, right? So if that $140 fee is a barrier to students getting a concealed handgun license, or I guess a handgun license now that we have open carry, we should probably remove that, or we should lobby for it.
This could be very analogous to paying a fee to get a voter registration. I don't think anybody supports that.
My question was simply, is Dan Patrick a student? Thank you very much.
Texan. We're now moving forward, Senator Emmons. Any more questions? Answer is no. Okay, with that, I will, do I refer to this? What do I do? I refer this to the legislative. It's an act. Oh, because it is an act, I will refer to rules and regulations.
We'll now move on to SB 6847, the Good Samaritan Law Reformation Bill. If the police report.
Is there?
It is Senator Turvin. Yes, Senator Trump.
Motion to censure Senator Collins.
A motion to censure Senator Collins has been made. And duly seconded.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Here's some rules and regulations. Would a motion to censor apply on the closing roll call?
No, and I believe a motion to censure requires a 1/6 second.
Just to hear it.
I motion to kill the motion.
That's out of order, sir. And with that, there are not the required 1/6 seconds unless.
Is that order canvas?
Yes. Yes, President Bean.
No, I'm voting for this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 motions on the wish list.
He's wasting our time.
That reaches the required threshold.
What does that entail?
Board of Parliamentary Law.
Yes, Chair Hood.
Chair of Finance. For those who do not understand what just happened, what is that?
So, in a motion to censure, you will have the accusing party no, that's no confidence.
This is done. They can talk.
I know, but is there a debate on it? Okay, I'm being told there's no debate and we're just gonna vote on it. So all in favor is required 2/3 vote of censuring Senator Collins, please say aye.
Aye.
All those please say nay.
Nay.
Yes, the chair, that fails. Due to the 2/3 threshold, we will move on with our lives to SB 6847, the Good Samaritan Law Reformation Bill.
Howdy, I've heard about this bill before. Basically, what we're going to do is extend similar protection that we do for alcohol. So if someone's at a party and they pass out or for whatever reason incapacitated because of use of marijuana, then a person who calls 911 to get help for the incapacitated person will not get in trouble, because we don't want to incentivize people to just let somebody die because they're afraid of getting in trouble because there's illegal activity going on. So that's pretty much what our bill does. And
in addition to alcohol, we're focusing on illegal narcotics.
Please stay in order.
In addition to alcohol, we're focusing on illegal narcotics in the same form as the alcohol as Caroline described. And then also, lastly, we're seeking your permission to move forward and work with our state legislators on drafting bills and getting head start for the 2017 session. Thank you.
We'll begin questions with Senator Blair. The body, and the speaker remind the body we have a lot to get through. And this is only the first reading, but please go ahead.
Senator Blair, sorry, did you say that this was specifically for marijuana?
It's for illegal narcotics. I use marijuana as an example, yeah. And just to clarify, the thing about alcohol is already the law, so the bill doesn't do anything with that. It's just like extending that same thing to illegal narcotics.
Okay, Senator Turner next. Senator Collins.
Senator Collins off campus. So this is for your illegal narcotics. You're saying incapacitated for marijuana use?
Or just like, for any reason.
Yes, Senator Evans.
Well, first of all,
What is that?
Yes, Senator Collins was out of order, and that is his third out of order, and his speaking for the. Are there any other questions on this bill? Seeing none, thank you very much. Period. Question and answer is closed, and this bill will be referred to the Legislative Affairs Committee. We will now bring forward SB 6851, the Carpool Act Repeal Act.
Hey, Sabort, you want to join us?
Whoa. 10 minutes beginning to happen.
Howdy, Senate. So basically, what this is, it's repealing the act that was made in the 67. The act was passed and it was signed, but the final document was lost and was never added to our Senate bylaws. Therefore, it's just kind of free-floating, not doing anything, and it's not being applied to our current session. So what this is doing is basically saying we should get rid of it because it's not anything important. If the need be, someone feels that they need to bring this back, it can happen. Just feel free. I'm done.
Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Rules and Regulations Committee. We'll now move on to SB 6848, the Sexual Assault Bill. If the presenters should please come forward, they'll have 10 minutes beginning at howdy.
All right, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
It's been a long meeting. We'll try to keep this short. I know you see sexual assault policy reform.
not a hot topic though. Just try to keep your mind open. We're working really hard on some changes that we think would really benefit students by staying in. And so, without further ado, I'm gonna let these lovely ladies kind of take point on this. They've done the bulk of the research.
Okay, so first of all, we want to make it very clear that this bill is designed to protect both victims and those who are accused of sexual assault. So the first part of it will create a refined definition of consent with an increased education of that definition to not only the faculty members, but also to the students' body. Because most of the students don't actually know what the university says when it talks about the definition of consent. And then the second part of this particular bill talks about a uniform reporting system, including a number on the back of your IDMD card. So all of your reporting for sexual assault will take place in one area. So all you have to do is call one number. And along those lines, the university is also going to be mandated to investigate every single report of sexual assault, whereas right now it's not unless you make a formal complaint. And then the third and final part is that any student found guilty of sexual assault after the investigation process will have that charge put on their school record. So if they were to transfer or to apply to higher education, that record goes with them. But on the flip side of that, if you do falsely accuse somebody, there are going to be mandatory conduct charges for that individual found through the university. So in light of the bill before us, we also want to be able to work with state legislators on drafting new legislation for the 2017 year this year with legislative relations. So, does anybody have any
questions? Yes, Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. I'll be forthright, I'm not very much aware of what's going on with this, so this might be a bad question, but I know some information that's on your academic record can be considered directory information and be requested by third parties. Would this fall into that same category?
No, right now, this doesn't actually go on any kind of academic record unless you are charged through the legal system, because the way that the formal and informal complaint process works through Texas A&M, and so we are wanting that to go on your academic records, because if you're found guilty, you've gone through like 3 levels of investigation and all kinds of things by that point.
Commissioner Follett?
We're actually going to go to Senator Quips.
Senator Quips on campus. So, in my view, it's clear if you are arrested, which is not if you are arrested for the crime, will this be on the record? Because I mean, your innocence will prove you guilty, right?
Right.
So how does that work with being charged and not really like convicted?
What do you?
Because say that like someone did the assault, right?
Sure.
And say they got arrested, that really doesn't mean that they're guilty. It just means that they have like how is that going to be determined on like and later it's no bill or like the grand jury doesn't like redind it.
This bill is specific to the university processes. So right now, there are 2 options for victims of sexual assault. They can either go to the police, in which case they have to press charges in order for it to even be investigated, or they can go through the university, and this is more of what we're dealing with. And so the university has its own kind of investigation process that is done through the dean of students right now, with how they find people guilty of sexual assault or not.
I would like to clarify too that the bill specifically says only if you're found guilty will it be put on your academic record, and that means found guilty through the university's investigation. If you're found guilty through the legal system, that's going to be on your record for sure. That's already the law. So does that answer your question?
Yes.
Perfect.
Chair.
Chairman Finance, I was just informed that the university actually voted to change the rules on consent. Are y'all aware of those changes that were made?
Yes, we are. The definition that we have in the revised definition does take into account the changes that the university just made.
Fantastic.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. So my question is, if you are found guilty through Student Conduct Services or the university, and then you are brought also to the police and you are found innocent in the court of law, would this still be on your academic record?
There's a lot to be done on this bill in committee. We can certainly look in that if you want to come during committee meeting and work on that.
With that, the period of question and answer has ended, and we will now, and this bill will be referred to the Legislative Affairs Committee. Yes, Mr.
Speaker, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Chair Sonkin, Rules and Regulations. I move we send SB 6849 to the LA Committee, SB 6850 to the AA Committee, SB 6851 to the SS Committee, SB 6852 to the SS Committee.
A joint motion has been made to refer those respective bills to those respective committees, which is the bail motion has been seconded. Is there any debate against doing this? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We will now move into a period of voting. All in favor of referring these bills to their respective committees, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. That passes. We'll now move into a period of open session in which I will recognize Chair President Dean.
I have a resolution for open session.
Yes, ma'am.
It is a resolution regarding the incidents that happened on campus and racial slurs.
Well, how does it? There was an incident, as many of you saw in your emails yesterday, in which there's some racial slurs direct on campus, said on campus, directed at a touring group, and that's not okay. And that is what this is in response to. Obviously, those are allegations. There's no way to know if that actually happened or not. However, I think it's important to respond swiftly and with a firm response that essentially says we are an Aggie family. We value the core values of respect. We value the core values of loyalty. We are an Aggie family. We cannot and we will not tolerate those things. I think this is an important thing. I know it's just a resolution. It's just a piece of paper. It doesn't address any type of issues on our campus, but it is the least we can do and the most we have to offer.
I would also like to mention that it doesn't necessarily identify specifically the incidents that happened. It's just saying that we as Student Senate not only promote diversity, but also recognize that all members should be respected underneath the Aggie family branch. Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Okay, we're going to recognize for questions, starting with Senator Strother.
Senator Strother on campus. Is a copy that's going to be sent to the group that was
Oh,
that was called racial slurs?
Going to be sent to this is not going to be just a direct statement to what happened. It was kind of like stopping like this culture that may be starting in certain areas of campus. So instead of targeting one group, we just want to remind all of A&M's SGA or Senate's stance on diversity and respect.
And if you're referring to the tour group that was here, we're not going to send it to them. It could be sent to them, but you don't have to only send it to people that are mentioned in the sent clauses. This is mainly being sent to A&M administration as well as the President's Council on Climate and Diversity, and then Diversity Operations Committee. So,
are there any other questions? Okay, that being said, period of question is ended. The chair is going to clarify to the body that if we're going to vote on this for it to be passed, just as if it were, old business. So we're going to move into period voting. Do you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I motion to pass this item via unanimous consent.
Okay, the person is asking unanimous consent. The chair will now ask unanimous consent to pass the bill. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the bill is passed by unanimous consent.
Are there any other? Yes, Chair Carlson.
I move bill for open session.
Yes, sir. Please state the procedure bill.
It's Route 35 bus change or something like that is the name. The purpose of the bill is to change Route 35's name.
Okay, is there a second for this bill? There is. Please report on second bill.
Real quickly, basically, Route 35 is named Whole Blue Route, and the dorms on the north side of campus, Whole Blue Hall. This route goes nowhere near Whole Blue Hall. Lots of students are confused, obviously, it takes you off campus, doesn't take you off campus. So the purpose of this bill is to change the name from
Hullabaloo to Sully. And which, Sully is just an iconic symbol of our school, and there isn't any bus routes named after him. So that's basically the gist of it.
And TSAC will be coming to Senate next meeting. They had a conference this week, so feel able to direct these type of questions with them, but this was discussed in the last TSAC meeting. Are there any questions for the presenters? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Student Services Committee. Now go to Senator Stropper. Senator Turner.
Senator Turner, off campus, I would like to bring the interview absence bill to open session.
Okay, is there a second to this motion? Seeing one, this bill will be brought forward. Is it?
Yeah, put it on the drive.
Oh, perfect. It's in the drive under legislation for open session. I believe it's for open session. No. Is it under maybe new business?
Emailed it.
It's emailed?
Yeah, I remember you texted me.
Vincent Turner. Boom. It'll be open second.
Well, howdy, Senate. Howdy. Show of hands, how many of you are tired right now? Cool. I'm tired too. I'm tired of students consistently. I'm tired of students having to miss interviews for postgraduate employment and internship employment because of class. And I understand that our goal here is to learn, but our goal here is also to acquire postgraduate employment. I work at the Career Center, so I often hear these stories a lot about students who are conflicted on whether to miss a test or get to their dream job, and why are we making them choose between both? And so what this bill does essentially is allows an excused absence for an interview, maybe you miss, or excuse me, provides an excused absence for an interview for class or an exam. And I'm not going to keep you guys here much longer. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, this bill is referred to the Academic Affairs Committee. Yes, Senator Spore.
I have a bill for open session. Let's bring the online transaction system.
Perfect. Is there a second to this bill? Seeing 2 seconds, you may come forward and very briefly, I hope, present the bill, seeing as we have 10 minutes.
Howdy! How many of y'all use Craigslist? I'm assuming everyone at some point's been in an online transaction. You probably go to a gas station. It's really sketchy. It might be in a dark alley. That's not where I want to go. I want to go where it's open, well lit, and there might be video or remote surveillance of where I'm having this transaction. I have a CHL. I feel a little bit safer, but not everyone does. Not everyone has that possibility. There are kids on campus who need a safe place to make online transactions, and I'm going to let Wayne, the author, take it away.
This bill has council support. We do it a lot of time before. All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Community Relations Committee. Seeing no more items for, yes.
I'm going for open session, sorry.
Oh my God. Is there a second? Yes, there is. Okay, please come forward and present your bill.
Okay, so real quick, everyone in my committee knows this. Basically, y'all don't even have to come up. I'm just stand here and talk real quickly. If y'all remember the bill Fletcher presented last week about getting the full-time student for mother or for parents knocked down, and then adding a subsidized daycare. Basically, what we did is kind of split that into 2 bills. So this is essentially half of what Fletcher's bill was, and so it still needs to go through the committee process. If you have any questions of what we changed, you can ask me now, but it's also going to go back to the committee and get ready again in 2 weeks.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, this bill is referred to the Student Services Committee. And with that, seeing no more items for open session is closed. Move to a hearing committee report. Yes, Senator Schruppen.
Senator Schruppen, on campus, I move to deviate from the agenda and move straight to executive.
A motion to move to executive courts has been made. Which has been duly seconded. All in favor of doing so, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Yeah, and the ayes of the chair. Okay, division. All in favor, please stand.
I don't even know when the meetings are.
I'm saying.
Cluster. We'll go quick.
All right, all against, please stand. Any ayes in the chair, that fails. Now go to Senator Lander. If the chairs could please very briefly go down and just simply say what time their committee meeting is, that would be great. Senator Lander, Chair Lander.
Same as last time at 7 p.m.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go to Clark Finney. Chair Finney.
Plan on meeting next Wednesday. I'll get all your email information as soon as possible and we'll give you more.
What time?
Good. Well, we'll now go to Chair Boswell.
Wednesday inside the MSC for sure this time. I will not be there, so I'm gonna ask the chairs to please take an hour for my committee. I'll be in Costa Rica with monkeys.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Chair Hood.
Chair Hood Finance, I will not be in Costa Rica. Unfortunately, we'll have our meeting 8 o'clock in Colders. And yeah, if you want to, very briefly, since finance has to do with everything, money has to do with everything, I'd like to comment on SB 6836 because money ties into everything. I am going to be presenting a bill 2 weeks from now. And the plan for that bill is going to be to strike the language about the railroad so that we can have the high-speed railroad, so we can have a separate bill in which we get student voice on the rail for that proposal. If you're interested in talking to me about that, I would love to. I'd like to explain why that is. I don't think that we should lock a door but let someone in before we lock it. Bottom line.
Yes, Senator Rossi. Never mind. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Hendricks.
Senator Hendricks, College of Education, what day did you say your meeting was on?
It's next Wednesday.
Okay.
Perfect. I also missed that. Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. My meeting will be next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Coldest as usual. I had like 5 announcements. I'm going to cut it just the most important one. I had a meeting with the director of the honors office, and he's charged me with finding a couple people for committees that him and other people in the administration are appointing. One is a committee that's under the VPSA, Dr. Pugh, and it's committing funds and personnel to create a series of educational initiatives aimed at educating the university on the Aggie Code of Honor and academic integrity. It's like 2 to 3 hours a month time commitment for the next couple of months. If you're interested in that, please let me know. I need a couple of names by about next Friday, so please contact me. And then another one that's a little bit more important is the separation appeals panel. So when a person is charged with academic integrity violation and they get separated or suspended from the university, they have the option to appeal this decision. And it's a committee of two administrators and 2 students that actually make the decision whether they're going to get kicked out of the university or suspended or not. So this is an important position. Please contact me if you're interested in it.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair Carlson.
Doug Carlson, Student Services. Our meeting is going to be Wednesday at 6. We got the legislation, so that's good. If you guys have any questions about the bus thing, y'all can ask me afterwards, or right now I guess I can talk about it, but if you don't care, then...
Are there any questions?
All right, cool.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair Sankey.
Chair Sankey, rules and regulations. Just a quick comment on rules. Don't send bills for open session to the lister. Y'all shouldn't even have access to be able to do that, but if you do find back way, I'm not going to say weasel. Don't do that. We have our own process, and that's just for communications distributed from the chairs. Other than that, we're going to meet tomorrow immediately following the special session for rules and regs, and just get that all knocked out in one sitting, so you don't have a separate deal to do next week. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Rep. MD. Who's got a question? Yes, Senator Hess.
Senator Hess, pardon, but what time did you say your meeting is going to be held?
Immediately at the conclusion of tomorrow's special session, rules and regs will meet.
Senator Sport. Seeing none. All right, Rep. MD.
I will be 2 Sundays from now at 7 o'clock. Yes, 7. And then, yes, 7. And then be looking for the February Development Day. I think that we're going to try to get a group together to play laser tag because bonding's good. And other than that, let me know if you got questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Well, I'm moving to a period of executive report, beginning with SVP Benito.
Hi, Zen. I so long since I talked to you guys. I don't recognize anybody, but overall, this was a very interesting Senate meeting. I think will be remembered by many. I've been here, every Senate meeting just about for 4 years, and there's never really been one with this much attention in a positive sense. So that was good. Generally productive, and I want to congratulate you guys. There's a lot of effort from your chairs that went into hosting these guests. Wayne as well deserves a lot of credit there. And so that was all positive, and then some great notes from the other too. However, I do want to talk about something that I am extraordinarily disturbed and upset by, and I think you all know what I'm talking about. It was the incident that happened yesterday on campus. To me, to hear, that is an unfortunate and really saddening reminder that I am lucky enough to spend time around some of the best people at Texas A&M, because to me, the fact that that would happen is surprising and horrific in ways that I really can't describe. However, I think it is very easy for, I think most of the people in this circle would never even be in a group of people that would even consider doing any of that. However, I think it is very easy to say and internally kind of monologue that I would never do that. I'm not part of the problem, and it's really disgusting that we have people who are there. However, I would really like to challenge you to think that this personally comes down to each and every one of us. And I don't want to make this be some kind of fluffy thing. I really do mean tangibly. I think all of us have probably been in a situation where you've heard someone say something that's off color, that you wouldn't want them to say in front of their grandmother, that you wouldn't want them to say in front of a friend that you have of a different background. And it's, at the time, could be perceived as harmless or whatever. But for every comment that is not shouted down, for every comment or joke that is taken only as a joke, a culture where someone can be so comfortable as to yell the N-word at a black student or a black prospective student walking by becomes created. So that boldness does not come out from nowhere. That boldness comes from a culture of people who have heard that person say offensive things before and have not corrected them, have not shouted them down, have not told them that that's not what Texas A&M stands for. And we are all guilty of that every time we hear someone say something that is offensive and we don't say anything. So in that sense, I am including myself in this. Your silence is part of the problem. I'm not accusing everyone of being silent always, but I am probably making a good guess that we've all been silent at one time, whether it be a joke about someone's ethnic background or sexuality or gender or whatever it is, and however harmless it may seem. All of those contribute to a culture that creates a situation where someone feels emboldened to the point where they can scream something like that at a student. And that really is a wake-up call that I hope all of us take very, very seriously, because the last thing we need is to perpetuate the negative stereotype that unfortunately I think we're all aware of in terms of certain parts of Texas A&M. And so that's really all I want to leave with you guys today. And with that, I'll take questions.
Any questions for us from evening? No. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Yes.
I have a motion.
Not recognized.
Pro Temp Dean, I move to adjourn. We have 2 minutes, I gotta get 2 minutes.
I don't see any seconds. I don't see a one. All right, all in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Please say nay. Nay. All in favor, please stand. That passes.
Please stay quiet.
It's true, all of you.
Put your placards together, guys. Okay.
Howdy.
Chief Justice Smith.
Howdy.
Speaker Mitchell. Myself.
Howdy.
Chair Songa.
Howdy.
Chair Page.
Howdy.
Chair City. Chair City.
Howdy.
Chair Landers.
Hey.
Chair Carlson.
Howdy.
Chair Hood.
Howdy.
Chair Walker.
Hey.
Gordon. Allen.
Howdy.
Walker. Bruce. Renfro.
Howdy.
Smith. Chapman. DeBoer.
Howdy.
Rose.
Howdy.
DeLeon.
Howdy.
Henderson. Hess.
Howdy.
Lambert. Kirkland. Dillon. Cooks. Speed.
Howdy.
Patel. Habib.
Habib, Blair, Lydiard, Duplex, Luce, Stellar, Dave, Glavin, Rosian, Clark, can I get y'all to stay quiet, please? Price, Riola, Blackman, Bonnet, Brennan, Chin, Collins, Clevin, Evans, Benny, Stiles, Hill, Hemphill, Hutchins, Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair, McDonald, Mendoza, Bertha, Hill, Brown, Rusty, Simpson,
I'm down.
Dana, Trano, Strother, Turner.
Yeah, howdy.
Can I get help putting the chairs up? I would really appreciate it for the teamwork team.